Hello, 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 everybody. How are you doing? Let's make sure that I'm being seen and heard. Can everybody see and hear me? Oh my goodness. Hi, guys. How is everybody? Hey, Adriel. Hey, Laser. Hey, Patrick. Hi, guys. Let's do... Cameron, hi. How is everybody? I am chill. I hope everybody is having a great holiday season. I was about to say I hope everybody had a great holiday, but there's still holidays going on. If you celebrate Christmas, I hope you had a great Christmas. Happy Boxing Day. That's not actually a thing here in America, but it should be. Would we call December 26th Christmas dusk or Christmas after? Christmas after. I know they call it Boxing Day, and that's like a thing in the UK. Hey, Milo. Boxing Day exists here in Canada. Okay, cool. We don't celebrate Boxing Day, at least as far as I know, here in America. They definitely don't celebrate in my region. And I feel like we should. Like, it feels like there should be something to commemorate. Like, it's like Christmas happens, and then it's like, oh, it's not Christmas anymore. Hey, pizza. Hello. It's here too. I just to reiterate, if you're wondering, I haven't forgotten to take down the Project Hope thing. I'm just leaving it up because they still are doing their thing, so I figure we'll leave it up. And actually, I should probably pin the link, just because there's no harm in leaving our campaign open until Hopemas is officially over, even though our Hopemas Day happened on the 18th. My Christmas was good. How was yours? Fun fact, I didn't know Hanukkah was on the same date every year until like middle school, maybe? Oh, I thought, doesn't Hanukkah... I don't know anything about Hanukkah, I'm so sorry. I thought Hanukkah was on a different date. Oh, Christmas. Yes, Christmas is always the 25th. Yeah, Christmas is always the 25th, which is good because I would never ever remember if it was a sliding date. As it is, I don't like Easter. I always forget. I'm just like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Good. I'm spending it with my Canadian boyfriend. Oh, congratulations! That sounds fun. One of these days you should read The Lost World or I should one of these days. We have, oh my god, my brother came in and he was looking at like all of the books that we have and he's like, "Damn, people have sent you a lot of books." I'm like, "We have done very good for the Avery's Home of Misfit Books." I don't know if you can hear birds and people outside, but that's a thing. Let me go to whoop. Just gonna pull up our donation link in case anybody wanted to utilize it. Yes, but Christmas was very fun. Oh, you guys want to see? I got this for Christmas. It is a Bluetooth speaker that looks like a little old-timey radio, and I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with it. I'm gonna listen to so much Late Horror Show on it. Why can't I see? Hang on. Pull up my OBS. Cute. Thank you. Old-timer car clock. That's great. Mistyped. Hanukkah is the same day on the Hebrew calendar, so different on Gregorian. Yeah, that's what I thought. I figured, yeah. I was just, for a second, I was like, wait, do I know nothing? I hope you have been doing well. I've been doing good, River. I hope you're doing well, too. I am getting ready in case, I know you guys can see from the thumbnail, but we are reading A Crime for Christmas, a Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys super mystery. In case anybody didn't know, in the 80s and 90s, there was a whole crossover series where Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys exclusively were working together in all of the books, and they wrote a lot of these, and I own a few. Yeah, the thing in this lists like, oh gosh, about 36 books, and I think there were actually more, but this one came out in 1988, and it is one of those. I have this, and now I also have, the next book we're going to read is, Patrick sent us the Nancy Drew Werewolf Christmas. That's not what it's actually called, but the werewolf Nancy Drew book that takes place at Christmas too. So, with that. Wait, what? Oh yes, obviously. Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Yule. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave out holidays. I was just talking about Christmas and then was mentioning Hanukkah. Nancy Drew, Happy Howl Days, yes. I love your shirt. Thank you. I got this on Cyber Monday. And did I need it? No, I did not. But also, I've been living in it since it got here. I actually really love Scream. And this is just such a, like, 90s, 2000s vibe. And I love it. I'm not even usually that big a fan of Pink, but I love this. Signing in to my Tiltify to get our campaign link. There we are. Guys, we've raised, between the 2 live streams that we've done, we've raised 1,000, here, let me just show you guys, $1,840.69 for the meme. That's full cam. This is small cam. Let's see if that's working. Yep, there it is. Oh, we're gonna get streamception for a second. Yep, look at how much money we've raised, guys. This is so, so cool. That's amazing. I'm so proud of you guys. Ooh, that's the wrong thing. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, sorry. I really need to set up my phone so that I can actually see chat, but we're about to go back to not. So, it's fine. It's fine. Guess who they got for the FNAF movie? Wait, I just heard. Oh, yeah, Matthew Lillard is in the FNAF movie. So excited about this. What do you think of Scream 5? I haven't actually never seen Scream 5. I need to watch Scream 5. Shirt looks nice. Thank you, Toonie. Matthew Lillard. Yes, Matthew Lillard. I'm so excited. I like Scream 5 more than Scream 4, but less than 1, 2, and 3. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to. I haven't even watched. It's been a couple years since I even watched the original Scream. I should watch all of them. I could probably do videos. I just have to be good on my editing game. Get around the violent parts. Can't wait. I'll be able to read the Railway series Saturday. Yay! That's so fun. That's super, super fun. I love doing these read streams and reading all these books that we're all nostalgic about from childhood has just like reignited my love of books that I always had but kind of fell off the reading wagon. And so it's very, very nice to be able to have a place to just come and just chill and read these books and talk about it in retrospect and just chill. Alrighty. So that's there in case anybody needs it. But let's look at the synopsis. Let's get this set up so that I can actually see chat. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, we're at 4,833 subscribers, guys. We're about to hit 5,000. We've gained like 1,000 subscribers in the past month. That's insane. Thank you guys so much. I need to plug this into something. Preferably it's something that will charge it. Where is the charger? It's right here. Yes. Do. There's too many cables in this room. Oh my god. This whole floor is just covered in cables that are not being very well managed. Charge, please. There we go. Hey, Danielle. I don't know if you caught our call to action for Danielle and other professional musicians in the newest video. But we were unclear about the existence of a bassoon in a specific song. Yes, it's fun to read and riff on literature. I just love talking about nostalgic, obscure, otherwise strange content. I feel like literature is an underutilized piece of bit of content on the internet. I used to be, I mean, I still kind of am worried that somebody's going to be like, you're making an audiobook. I'm like, I'm not really. It's still fair use. We're still talking about commentary. This is not just like, you don't want to listen to this if you just want to hear the book. Yeah, I still have, oh god, I'm going to sit down. I have 2 more videos that we've already filmed that are obviously holiday videos. One is a cooking video with Anton and my mom, where we cover a Martha Stewart Home for the Holidays special, and then one is a Maddie and I covered Krampus. So those 2 are going to be up, and then I'm going to sit down and just record a whole slew of Christmas stuff that I didn't get to do until now, and it's going to be surely into January before we're done with Christmas stuff, but I think that's okay. You know? Hey! Welcome! Wait. Actually, I do have some friends that celebrate Kwanzaa, but I've only ever celebrated Christmas, so I don't know too much about it other than the basics, and I'm never clear on when it starts. Today, the first day of Kwanzaa. Happy Hanukkah, or Happy Kwanzaa for anybody celebrating Kwanzaa. Happy Hanukkah for anybody who celebrated Hanukkah this year. Haven't seen the video yet, I'll check it out. No rush, just, yeah. We shouted you out because we were, like, unclear about, like, certain instruments. We're like, Danielle, what is this? Plant Daddy's Mythical Mermaids with human legs. Oh, yeah. I've Bill and Ted before. Love those. I need to do Bill and Ted videos. I was actually dreaming last night that I did a Bill and Ted video. Very random. Nancy Drew outfits on the covers update with the times. I love Nancy Drew is one of those things where, because Nancy Drew has been around for literally almost 100 years, it's a lot like Barbie or Disney princesses, where it really is a good time capsule of what is seen as like peak femininity in a way, because like Nancy Drew obviously changes with the times, but what doesn't change is just her, honestly, just well-roundedness as a character. I love how resourceful she is. I love how she's really badass, but also just very nice and just helpful to people. It's wonderful. I'll read the back of this in a second. I'm gonna see if I remember how to pronounce your name correctly. Ibab? Hi. I hope I'm saying it correctly. I know I said it wrong the last time. Celebration of African American culture. December 26th. Oh, it's December 26th to January 1st. Okay. Culminating communal feast on the 6th day. Okay, wonderful. More fundraising. So we're still, I have the fundraising going since Hope Miss technically goes until the 31st. I figure I might as well keep it up. I was going to take it down and I was like, Hope Miss is still going on. I'll leave it provided if, in case anybody pops in and is like, Project Hope, I'm going to donate. Yes, I did read Encyclopedia Brown. My dad actually asked me to read Encyclopedia Brown on stream, and I told him that I actually have a couple in the Avery's Home for Misfit books. I have a couple in the collection. Celebrate Christmas, but I'm open to participating Hanukkah and Kwanzaa with friends. Yeah, for sure. I think that's great. If friends invite you to celebrate different holidays and experience their culture with them, I think that's lovely. Avery's 12 Days of Christmas videos. Oh, it's gonna be more like, it's gonna be January 10th, and you're gonna be like, Avery, why are you just now posting Elmo Saves Christmas? And I'm like, because I wanted to do it, and I didn't get to yet. I had a dream about Bill. I don't know what it is about Bill and Teddy. They just live in my head rent free. Christmas, but I like the candles Hanukkah uses. They're pretty. Menorahs are really pretty. Oklahoma City has a Hanukkah parade. That's cool. Honestly, same, yes. What color is orange? Bill and Ted are too pure for this world. Okay, I'm gonna read the back of this book because I know that's why people are actually here. But, you know, we always chit-chat for a little bit before. The A to Z Mystery Series, Magic Tree House for my jam. I have some of both of those, too. One of the A to Z mysteries that I have is the White Wolf, which White Wolves are like a thing with me. Long story, but they're kind of like a good luck charm. Oh yeah, the Canadian / British way of spelling color. I think it too. It just feels like a more rounded way of spelling it. One of the most confusing Christmas Thanksgiving episodes. I think I vaguely remember that. The cartoon too. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm gonna do lots of Bill and Ted. I meant to. It's something I've been meaning to do forever, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. Like a lot of other things. Okay. America's hottest teen sleuths team up when terror threatens a crown prince. Nancy Drew is in New York to join the Hardy Boys on an important case. They're conducting an intense manhunt for a pair of big-time cat burglars, and they're sure the daring criminal duo will try to scoop up the special prize, the spectacular crown jewels of the Sarconne, which are on display at a museum. Meanwhile, Nancy's friend Bess is enjoying the holiday season with a dream date, a handsome and mysterious guy called John. To impress Bess, John takes the gang on a torrid tour of Manhattan's fabulous nightlife. Their fling includes everything from horse-drawn carriages in Central Park to drawn guns at their Park Avenue hotel. But with political forces set to blow apart a gala UN dinner, Nancy, Frank, and Joe are suddenly trapped between hot rocks and a royal disaster in a crime for Christmas. My dad and I still reference Ziggy Piggy when my talkie. Oh. Bess, yes, I'm so glad that we get Bess' side story. Bess is such an underrated character. I adore Bess. I was gonna say something else. Didn't we just say there was somebody that we shipped? We shipped Bess with Alan Payne in when we played Castle Malloy, and then we realized that when we read Secrets Can Kill, Alan Payne was actually her boyfriend that she was seeing, and so we were like, we were right. We accidentally had a canon OTP. Basically, the episode has two names for the U.S. It's Thomas and Percy's Mountain Adventure. Thanksgiving, which makes no sense since they're British and UK. Thomas and Percy's Christmas. I don't know why Christmas always sells in the U.S. Hi, Noah. How are you? It's good to see everybody. I hope everybody is having a wonderful holiday season. You are just in time, Noah. This book, like I said, came out in 1988. I believe it's the second book in the Nancy and Hardy Boys Super Mysteries crossover series. This will probably be a 2-stream book. I think it's about 200 pages, but we'll see how far we get tonight. Hey, Chris. Merry Christmas. What did I get for Christmas? Oh, so one thing I got for Christmas, I was just showing them. It's a Bluetooth speaker that looks like an old-timey radio. Here, I can show it here, too. And I'm obsessed with it. I'm gonna listen to so much Late Horror Show on it. I've wanted one of these forever, so. It's right there. I actually could, if we wanted to, play some, public domain, jazz. If you like jazz. Episode iffy. That's adorable. Thank you, Rachel. Oh, good to see you, Rachel. If I didn't say hi to you yet, hi, Rachel. I see you. I appreciate you being here. All right, let's go. I've got my water and my tea. Grab a snack, grab a drink. I still have one of these Portuguese chocolate umbrellas, which are just, I love these so much. So grab a snack, grab a drink. And by the way, if you see me go for a little while without drinking any fluids, call me out in chat, because I'm trying to be better about that. Let's see. Oh, I found a replacement. Better World Books. I was kind of memeing them for sending me 4 bookmarks in one book. And then what do you know? The one got destroyed by water, and so this one comes in clutch. I have backups. I'll catch up with Chad in just a second. I'm gonna actually start reading. Okay, I'm gonna sing this first line, and I'm sorry in advance for my bad singing. Got a needle felting kit, so I'm using that now? Yes! Score. Money, beanie, and hoodies. Hoodie and CDs. Nice! Except with audio. Sleepover Cinema podcast. They're amazing. I've been getting back into podcasts because I've been doing just so much editing, and I'm now up here, and it's nice to have something to listen to while I'm cooped up here editing by myself, so I'm gonna use the hell out of this thing. Alright. Sorry in advance, but the character is singing Christmas songs, and I just feel the need to sing it. Alright. Jack Frost roasting on an open fire, chestnuts nipping at your nose. Which is a very weird way to sing that, but you know what? Whatever. The cab driver absentmindedly tapped the rhythm on his steering wheel as he sang. Outside at the taxi, a loud chorus of car horns blared an unhappy accompaniment. In the back seat, Nancy Drew was half listening as she watched a steady stream of Christmas shoppers bustle in and out of Saks Fifth Avenue. All at once, she exchanged a puzzled frown with her friend Bess Marvin. Then she leaned forward, her blue eyes twinkling. "Wait a minute," she said to the cab driver. "Those aren't the right words." The cab driver grinned. "I thought you'd never notice," he said. Most of my customers don't, you know. They're too busy getting mad about something or other. But hey, it's Christmas. It's Fifth Avenue. And that means gridlocks, right? You've got to accept it and keep your sense of humor. Know what I mean? Very true, dude, I guess. Sure, Nancy answered, looking over at Bess, and both girls stifled a giggle. Atta girl. Say, you two are from out of town, right? You don't talk like New Yorkers. I'm picturing him with a very New York accent, but I can't really do the accent without offending everybody in New York. Bess nodded. We're from the Midwest, she said, a place called River Heights. Okay, this is interesting. Because sometimes they say River Heights is in the Midwest, and sometimes they say it's up near, like, Vermont. So I guess we're dealing with the Midwest plotline. But to me, River Heights will always be near Vermont. I got relatives in Chicago, the cab driver answered. Is that near River Heights? Pretty near, Bess said. Okay, it's a Chicago suburb. That makes sense. As the cab crept along and Bess made small talk with the driver, Nancy began to grow impatient. There was a lot to do before she and Bess were to meet Frank and Joe Hardy that afternoon. She glanced out the window. The main door of Saks, which had been hello, flickering light. Tech ghost, is that you? There are any ghosts, tech or otherwise, in here. You can chill out and listen. You just have to not mess with any of my tech. It's the one rule. Don't touch anything. She glanced out the window. The main door of Saks, which had been a few feet ahead of them 10 minutes earlier, was now only a few feet behind them. Tucking her reddish blonde hair into her Angora beret, Nancy... An Angora beret, wow. Style, Nancy. Nancy rolled down her window and leaned out to get a view of the intersection ahead. A motorcade of long black limousines was passing through it, blocking traffic from their direction. Nancy pulled her head back in the taxi. The driver was still gabbing away. I tell you, I've seen all kinds in the Big Apple. Excuse me, Nancy interrupted. There's a whole line of stretch limos up ahead. Do you know what's going on? The driver rolled down his window and craned his neck out to see up ahead. Beats me, he said. They've got diplomat license plates, probably some sort of UN big shot. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. I know. Must be that Prince, what's his name? He was in the paper, you know, from that country. How do you say it? Sarconne? I think they're celebrating their 500th birthday or something. Bess nudged Nancy in the ribs. Sarconne? She whispered excitedly. Nancy nodded. Sarconne was the very reason she and Bess were in New York. Sam Peterson, the chief of police in New York City, had asked Frank and Joe Hardy to help him with the case that none of his people would be young enough to work on. Frank and Joe had then asked Nancy to help them. Yeah, this is it, the cab driver said. They're setting up some kind of exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum. The Crown Jewels, I think. Millions of bucks worth of jewels just sitting there. Under glass. He chuckled. I bet every crook in town's got his eyes on those little trinkets. I bet those trinkets were also probably stolen from other places. Hello, Akira. Where do I get Nancy Drew books? So this one I got on eBay. I got a whole set of these Nancy Drew Hardy Boys books. You can find a lot of things of that nature on eBay. There's a couple of, not sponsored, but there's a couple of sellers on eBay where you can find a lot of different, I found a lot of Goosebumps and Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys. I think it's called secondhand books on eBay. And they often run deals where, like, you buy 3, you get 1 free, and it's only, like, usually $3 to $4 for a book, so it's a pretty good place cost-wise to get them. And also, Akira, Patrick is right. Half-price books, Goodwill, Dollar Tree, all good options. I love going to a Goodwill and looking for old books. Okay, anyway, let's see. Yeah, that's it, the cab driver said. They're setting up some kind of exhibit. Oh, we already read this. He doesn't know how right he is, Nancy thought. He chuckled. I bet every crook in town's got his eyes on those little trinkets. He doesn't know how right he is, Nancy thought. Her mind raced over a sketchy details of her new case, which she knew wasn't going to be easy. They didn't even know who they were looking for. 2 cat burglars, quote-unquote, was all their sources could say. These 2 cat burglars, who were dressed all in black, had pulled off several of the most spectacular thefts in New York City's history. Now, according to their sources, they were going after the Sarconne jewels. Bess's eyes were shining. I can't believe this Crown Prince Jean-Claude might actually be riding in that car only half a block in front of us. She whipped out a compact from inside her purse and looked into the mirror. Look at this, she wailed. My hair is a wreck. I'm sure you look fantastic, Bess. She grabbed a comb and frantically began pulling it through her long blonde hair. Nancy smiled. Bess, I don't think he can see you, she said. I know, Bess answered, lining her eyes with a matching blue pencil. Ooh, it's the 88. We've got the blue eyeliners, guys. But what if our eyes meet by chance? What if he's staying at our hotel and we arrive together? Oh, I knew I shouldn't have eaten those pretzels. Bess, you can eat the pretzels. Stop. But, Bess, it's okay. Oh, yeah, I guess mild trigger warning for, like, dieting and that kind of stuff, because this was a thing with Bess, especially in this era. Just to make sure everybody's aware. I can just hear what he's saying to his chauffeur. What is that whale doing? Bess, we don't deal with that, self-hate talk in the back of that taxi cab. That's how it's written. It's written, just like that. Nancy laughed. No matter how slim Bess was, she always felt she needed to lose 5 pounds. Poor Bess. Nancy had heard her complain a million times, but never before with a French accent. Look, Bess, she said, raising an eyebrow, you asked to be involved in this case. Don't forget, we're not here to meet and date Prince Jean-Claude. I know, Bess said with a sigh. I mean, the girl's got her priorities, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, but he's gotta be a hunk. I mean, he's young, he's a prince. Have you seen pictures of him? Bess, you are amazing. Bess rolled her eyes and giggled. Oh, please, Nancy, I'm half teasing. She gave Nancy a sweet, sincere look. Of course, if the prince were to declare his love for me after we save his country's jewels. Bess glanced impishly at her friend, and Nancy scowled back at her for about 2 seconds. Then they both broke into laughter. The cab driver shook his head. I tell you, I've never seen 2 people so happy sitting in stop traffic with the meter running. Nancy's smile faded as she glanced at the dashboard and saw $20 lit up red on the meter. Can you take another route? She asked the driver. All I can do is try, he answered. After the motorcade passed, he forced his way into the left lane and turned onto a side street and then eventually down a Park Avenue. Okay, here we are, he said with the meter had moved past $24. Nancy and Bess turned and looked out the rear window. Up the center of Park Avenue, a line of small trees twinkling with white Christmas lights stretched into the distance. On their right, a sleek skyscraper loomed. Its 40-story twin towers disappeared into the slightly overcast winter sky. That's right, this is pre-9/11. I always forget until they mention the Twin Towers. Just as Nancy finished paying the fare, the taxi door swung open, and a doorman in a brown uniform leaned toward them. Welcome to the Winslow, he said, extending his arm to Bess. 2 porters reached into the open trunk of the taxi and heaved out all the luggage. 1 suitcase for Nancy and 3 for Bess. Nancy and Bess followed the porters through the revolving glass. I mean, luck favors the prepared, so, you know, get it, Bess. Nancy and Bess followed the porters through the revolving glass and brass door into the grand lobby with its high, ornate gold leaf ceiling. A 15-foot crystal chandelier cast a circular pattern of dappled light on the parquet floor. In the far right-hand corner of the lobby was a towering Christmas tree, and from the balcony above them, Silent Night being played on a piano drifted down. I'm just picturing the Plaza Hotel from Home Alone 2. Where did I leave off? Okay. Bess looked around in awe. She trailed Nancy to the registration desk. This is the hotel the cat burglars used as their base of operation, she asked. That's what our sources suspect, Nancy answered. The Winslow is really upset about it, but what can they do? They have no idea who the burglars are, and they're afraid of bad publicity. After they had registered, Bess and Nancy followed a bellboy through the marble arch to a bank of elevators with shining sculpted brass doors. But it will take us weeks to find these guys, Bess said. Our rooms must be outrageously expensive. They've got style, these cat burglars. Nancy smiled. The Winslow's putting us up. for free. Frank and Joe, too. Supposedly, the younger burglar is about our age. The Winslow management hopes we'll meet him and then figure out a way to stop him, because all teenagers know each other. But they really do have the best teen detectives on the case. What makes them so sure we'll be able to find these guys? I mean, there are practically no clues, right? Nancy nodded confidently. Right, but those are the best kinds of mysteries. Ding! The elevator door slid open, revealing an interior of oak-paneled walls. Bess sighed happily as she stepped inside and sat down at the built-in seating. I do have one important question, she said. Do you know if room service is included? I should hope so. Nancy and Bess pushed their way out of the revolving doors of Bloomingdale's, a large, elegant department store. I can't believe you talked me into buying all this stuff, Nancy exclaimed, clutching a shiny red shopping bag that said Christmas Mania at Bloomingdale's. I don't even think I've ever been in a Bloomingdale's. I think that's my level of non-swankiness. I mean, I love shopping, but some of this stuff is just too much. Women be shopping. Bess looked shocked. You mean the oh boy. The Labu de Visage European epidermal regeneration treatment? Nancy, that quote-unquote stuff happens to be the rarest, most effective natural face mask around. You can't get it back in River Heights. I know, Nancy said, but it still seems weird to pay so much for something that's really just mud dyed yellow. Remind me not to shop with you anymore. You're no fun, Bess teased. Nancy looked at her watch. I'll tell you what would be fun. We have about 20 minutes before we have to meet Frank and Joe. Let's walk over to 5th Avenue and window shop all the way. There are some fantastic stores on 57th Street, and the displays will be great this time of year. You've finally come to your senses, Bess said, moving forward excitedly. There's a gorgeous jumpsuit I saw advertised in. Suddenly, Bess stopped short, her face absolutely blank. Bess, what is it? Nancy asked worriedly. Bess? Bess. Sorry, not to invoke the name of the game that shall not be named. I can't move, Bess said. Nancy's face was taut with concern. What's the matter? Are you all right? This has to be the most fabulous smell in the world, Bess said in a hushed, almost reverent voice. Nancy sniffed. The intoxicating aroma of chocolate hung heavy in the wintry air. She looked around the corner to her left to see an elegant little shop called Chocolate Revelations. I think we should skip the window shopping, Bess said. Nancy gave her a knowing glance. This is an emergency, and she tore around the corner and into the shop. Bess was at her heels. I also would have done the same thing. Inside, the aroma was almost overpowering. A hand-painted sign proclaimed all chocolates made on the premises. Customers were lined up to buy the special of the day, small wooden boxes of candy tied up in red, green, and gold ribbon. Everything looks wonderful, Bess. What are you going to get? Nancy asked, peering over the shoulder of the woman in front of her. Bess didn't answer. Nancy looked around and spotted her at the far end of the store, smiling wide-eyed across the glass counter. Nancy grinned. Leave it to Bess to find the only tall, muscular, blonde-haired salesperson in the store. Nancy, meet Tony, Bess said as Nancy walked up. I just asked him to get me one of those incredible creations on that tray in there. She pointed toward the open door behind Tony. Nancy looked into the back room, which was filled with candy-making equipment. There she saw a huge metal tray covered with rows of intricately molded chocolate crowns. Tony nodded hello to Nancy, then he turned to Bess and with a dimpled smile said, Sorry, those aren't for sale. I'm supposed to put them in a box. They're special order. We have to work every evening until Christmas to handle all the special orders we get this time of year. Bess put out a weak smile. That's okay, Tony, she said, trying not to let her disappointment show. Let's get something else then, Nancy suggested. Tony looked quickly right and then left. Hang on a second, he said with a mischievous grin. He sneaked into the back room and brought out a small, square wooden box. Don't tell anybody, he whispered, winking at Bess. It's on me. Bess smiled radiantly as Tony slipped the box into a shopping bag. Merry Christmas, he whispered, handing it over. Oh, thank you so much, Tony, she guessed. Nancy put her arm through Bess's and gently pulled her away. Let's go, it's getting late. The two girls squeezed past the other customers and made their way outside and over to 5th Avenue. They looked up. Tony's a homie. Good for Tony. over to Fifth Avenue. They looked up to see a huge, elaborate snowflake made of small lights glowing above the intersection of 5th and 57th. This is it, Nancy said, glancing at the street sign. Exhausted, Bess surveyed all 4 street corners. Where are Frank and Joe? I mean, we ran all this way, and hey, my chocolate crown. What happened, Bess? Did you leave it? No, Bess cried, her eyes blazing. That guy just stole it out of my hand. Stop! Thief! Oh, you steal somebody's chocolate, you're going down. Okay, I have to catch up with chat. What did I miss, chat? Let's see. Good way of showing your sharpness, more or less. Yeah. We love us a sassy cab driver. Yes. I'm walking here. Yeah. Yeah, people focus on that when it's not engine got turned. Being used for parts for the others after an accident. Oh, okay, still talking about Nancy spending Christmas with her man Frank. Yes, yes she is. Quick, how is Magic School Bus in Halloween Town how is Magic School Bus in Halloween Town as the same? Well, Halloween Town High has very because of them literally with the flying bus and everything. I remember talking about how it was giving the same energy off. One of the times has a Nancy has a Scooby-Doo type mystery. Yeah. The werewolf one. Oh yeah, I'm sure. What all cool merch should you get in your P.O. box? I haven't gone to my P.O. box since the last time I updated everybody on what I got because of the holiday and everything. So I'll go soon. Did you see the video I sent you on Christmas Eve? I think. I don't think so. I need to check. I'll check. I haven't been on social media that much on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So I'll check, Junie. For chapter 2, can you please show us what people sent you in your P.O. box? It's been a while. So I just recently did an update on, I think in one of the most recent streams, I think. I showed everybody what we got in the P.O. box. Patrick, from you, I got the cookbook and, that whole stack of books that you sent me with, Perfect Crime in it and... what am I trying to say? Words are hard. All of like that whole pack of books with the werewolf Nancy Drew book and all those in there. I got that. Thank you so much again for that. Continuing on what you could read for a stream, script sites and I need to read the scripts. I'll read them not on stream, but I'll read them eventually. I just keep forgetting. It's been very busy. Live action Daphne Blake from Velma and Daphne movies look like Nancy Drew. Yeah, Nancy and Daphne have very similar aesthetics. One can dream. Avery sounds like the character in At the Beach commercials from the 2000s. I assume that's in reference to my French accent. Financial stability and relaxing early retirement. You can bet your butt I'd marry a royal. Oh, yeah. Down the hall and to the left. Ugh! Such a great movie otherwise, and then there's just that one part where you're just like, ugh! Somehow, even when he just says such a normal thing, it's just awful. Zach and Cody meet Nancy Drew. Oh, that would be funny. You can exist in the room, but you get none of the luxury perks. We're not a charity. The staff probably. Probably, yeah. Which ones? There were a few. Tony did it. Oh, I hope Tony didn't do it. I like Tony. That is how this works often. Veronica and the Saddle Club, IDKY. I like the main character, but as carrying side to said character trope. Yeah. Veronica, spoilers. Yeah, Veronica, I'm sure, has some redeeming qualities. Did you ever get the movie Bed of Roses? I think I did. Yeah, I should have posted about that, and if I didn't, I'm sorry. I probably forgot, because everything's been so crazy. Okay, I hear you, I see you, but please stop flickering the light. Christmas horror video. No, I definitely didn't see that. I'll have to look at that, Toonie. Wonder how the elections are going. The elections. Which elections? Yeah, that Chris Hemsworth Saddle Club. I want to do more Saddle Club. I'll just have to find somewhere that isn't Pure Flix to watch them. Can't handle another free... I can't even handle having Pure Flix for free. You guys keep voting for Broken Old... Oh, yeah, I think... Well, we had our runoff election was the final election. And yeah, so I think Democrats control the Senate floor right now. Raphael Warnock beat out what's his name? This is the crazy guy. Herschel Walker. So, luckily that happened. Just keep stabbing my finger with this felting needle. Ooh, even with the finger guards, my fingers are being hit. Oh no. I've stabbed myself with so many different needles. It always happens. Trump's cameo on Little Rascals makes me sick. Yeah, when he pops up and stuff, you're just like, why? I am the Senate. Not yet, you're not. It's treason then. Not gonna lie, I love how mad Republicans were. There wasn't a red wave as predicted. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Although I was kind of sickened that Herschel Walker did as well as he did here, and it had to go to a runoff because the man is insane. Rivas, AJ Ferguson. Series stand. Cool, copy that. Alright, let's get into chapter 2. I'm trying to stay somewhat on task. Nancy whipped around and saw 3 men deftly waving through the crowd. She thrust her shopping bag into Bess's arms and raced after them. The trio quickly disappeared into the throng of shoppers. Nancy began sidestepping people as she ran. I'll never get to see them through these crowds, she thought, but surprisingly, she caught a glimpse of 2 of the men standing on 56th Street. Both were wearing hats pulled low and were casting quick glances up and down the street. The one on the left was clutching Bess's shopping bag. Remind me, chat, before we get to chapter 3, when we're on break in between chapter 2 and 3, I need to update our Goodreads to show that we're reading this. Nancy charged the man on the left and grabbed the arm that was holding the shopping bag. She yanked it behind his back and kicked him sharply behind the knees. Ow! The man cried out, collapsing onto the ground. Go, Nancy, damn. All around them, shoppers gasped. There was a moment of stunned silence before the man on the sidewalk peered up. For the first time, Nancy got a good look at his face. Nancy's jaw dropped. Joe Hardy, she exclaimed. She looked over and saw Frank Hardy watching them, doubled over with laughter. What was it? That was a mean trick. I thought you were the infamous New York City chocolate thieves, Frank said. He was grinning as he extended his hand to Joe. Everything's all right, everybody, Nancy said to the bewildered shoppers. They slowly began to disperse. Joe quickly... She just took out Joe Hardy. Joe quickly brushed off his brown leather bomber jacket and pushed a lock of wavy blonde hair away from his forehead. I'd hate to see what you do to a real bad guy, he grumbled. Frank Hardy chuckled. I don't know, Joe, he said. I think you've met your match. He smiled at Nancy and her cheeks reddened. Ooh, we have Francie. We have Francie. Francie has entered the chat. Joe looked insulted. Hey, what do you mean, my match? My back was to her. At that moment, a breathless voice cut Joe off. Oh, there you are. Did you find those rotten... Nancy, Frank, and Joe turned to see Bess. She was struggling toward loaded down with shopping bags. Here they are, Bess, Nancy said, the chocolate nappers. Bess stared disbelievingly at the 2 boys. What was this, a joke? How could you? No, Frank exclaimed, disbelieving. We didn't take your bag. We were crossing the street to meet you when we saw the whole thing happen. Joe nodded. The guy got away, but he knocked into someone and the bag fell onto the ground. He shrugged. Probably some shoplifter with a sweet tooth. Well, this is some welcome to New York City, Nancy said. Joe rolled down his... He didn't roll down his eyes. He rolled his eyes. Joe rolled his eyes. Hope it's not a prediction of the way this whole case is going to go. Frank reached over and grabbed some of Bess's shopping bags. I say we forget about it and stick to our dinner plans. The Hard Rock Cafe is very near. Has anybody been to a Hard Rock Cafe? I never have. great idea, Bess replied. I'm starving. As the four of them walked back to 57th Street, Nancy and Frank led the way. I hope this place is good, Frank said. I'm starving. Yeah, Nancy said. Me too. I mean, if the hype is to be believed, it's very good. Inside, she cringed. Wait, did I skip something? No, I didn't. Inside, she cringed. Yeah, me too, was all that she could say to him. For some reason, she was starting to feel nervous. Because there was something about Frank. Maybe it was his deep brown eyes, which sparkled whenever he spoke to her. Maybe it was his keen intelligence, which kept questioning her. I'm so happy right now. Whatever it was, Nancy felt a strange confusion. Being with Frank made her feel excited and alive, but also she felt slightly guilty about her boyfriend, Ned Nickerson. Forget about Ned Nickerson, it's fine. Nancy laughed at herself. After all, it wasn't as if she were in love with Frank. Sure, Nancy. It was so ridiculous to have guilt pangs. Shut up, Nancy. Nobody could make her lose her love for Ned. That's not true. At least she'd never known anyone who could. ... Francie shippers forever. You can't convince me that Frank and Nancy don't end up married. Lost in thought, she suddenly became aware of Frank's voice. Hello, Earth to Nancy, he was saying. Nancy looked over to see him smiling quizzically at her. Oh, sorry, she answered. I was just thinking about the case, that's all. Sure, Jan. We have a lot of work to do. Frank nodded. I know. Joe brought along our notes. We can talk about them over dinner. He tossed a glance over his shoulder at his brother. That is, if we can tear him away from Bess. Nancy looked back to see an animated Joe talking and gesturing wildly. Bess was gazing up at him, a broad smile on her face. Oh no, Nancy groaned. What? Asked Frank. Never mind, she looked up. Hey, this looks like the place. Joe and Bess? Jess? I think we talked about the Jess ship at one point. Ned is literally so irrelevant. Yeah, nah, just stop. Please, if any Nancy Drew writers are watching this, please, for the love of God, get her away from Ned and with Frank officially. Sticking out of a nearby building was the back end of a shiny black Cadillac from the 1960s. It looked as if it had passed right through the wall and now was stuck there. Below it was a glass door that said Hard Rock Cafe. As they walked through the door, the blare of rock music accosted them. Just inside, a crowd of people were gathered at the bar, and behind them, waiters were racing back and forth between the kitchen and the tables. A stunning dark-skinned woman whisked out in front of them. Right this way, she said in a harried voice. The four friends followed her to the back of the restaurant, where a noisy table of 12 was finishing up dinner. The hostess placed 4 menus on a small table right next to the party. Enjoy your meal, she said. There was a burst of laughter from the big table. Is this too loud? Nancy asked the other 3 as she sat down. Both Frank and Joe shook their heads no, but Bess didn't answer. She was staring at the other table. Bess? Nancy said. Is this table okay? Sorry, Bess said with a start. It's fine. Nancy looked at her menu. Underneath a few fancy-sounding entrees was the one thing she was absolutely dying for. A bacon cheeseburger deluxe. Hell yeah, Nancy. She glanced up and watched Joe and Bess sharing a menu. Oh. I hear the cuckoo clock and the new bird clock I gave my mom going off. Happy 8 o'clock, guys. What's a braised endive? Bess was saying. Joe rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a second. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a small plant that grows in the crevices of New York City's sidewalks. Ugh, please, Bess replied. She checked her menu again. How about a free-range chicken? Joe put on a mock serious expression. I think those are what eat the braised endives, he said. Nancy and Frank both rolled their eyes to the ceiling. Soon a waiter took their orders, and after he'd walked away, Frank leaned forward on his elbows. Now, he said, let's go over what we have so far on this case, which isn't very much. All we know about these burglars is that they're masters of disguise. They've pulled off being male, female, young, old, Irish, Greek, you name it. But the police seem pretty sure that one of them is middle-aged and the other is about our age. But even this isn't definite. The definite lead we have is that they use the Winslow as a base so far. So for starters, the best we can do is keep our eyes open for any suspicious acting father and son teams. We'll need a photographer to stake out the lobby, Nancy suggested. Someone who's good at sneaking photos. That's me, Joe spoke up. I've got the tourist act down pat. You know, snapping photos of the interior architecture, the flower arrangements. He smiled. And suspicious father-son teams. Great, Frank said. We've got to find and stop these guys fast. Today is Tuesday, and the big Sarconne celebration at the UN is on Friday. The Crown Jewels are going to be on display at the party before and after the party at the Metropolitan Museum. It's an international celebration of the country's 500th anniversary, and all kinds of dignitaries are going to be there, including the Crown Prince and his entourage. I'm sure there'll be tons of security, Nancy remarked. There will be, but that's exactly the kind of challenge that these cat burglars seem to thrive on. As Frank continued talking, Nancy glanced over at Bess again. Bess was trying to pay attention, but her eyes kept darting over to the table of 12 next to them. Maybe the noise is distracting, Nancy thought. She looked over at the large party. They were all sitting now. It seemed as if 6 or 7 loud conversations were flying back and forth across the table at once. Everyone was screaming and gesturing except one person. He was wearing narrow sunglasses and was sitting sideways to the table as if he didn't really want to be there. His turquoise shirt draped over a pair of broad, athletic shoulders and hung down casually over his jeans. A lock of brown hair fell across his forehead as he flashed a half grin in their direction, and when he took off his sunglasses, his luminous dark eyes shone directly at Bess. Aw, Joe's heart is gonna get broken again, guys. He's been through so much. Immediately, Nancy felt uneasy. This was exactly the kind of guy who could sweep Bess off her feet. Not only was he good looking, but there was a kind of glow about him. An incredible air of self-confidence and calm, as if nothing in the world ever fazed him. Bess looked ready to be swept. She was returning... Perry, give me 1 second. Returning his grin with a beaming smile of her own. Under the table, Nancy gave Bess's legs a gentle kick. Bess jumped, blushed, and turned back to her friends. Experts at infiltration, Frank was saying. They seem to get access to the most detailed information, maybe bribing or even posing as guards. One morning last April, the staff of Lucier Jewelers on Fifth Avenue walked in to find the entire precious stone collection gone. Suddenly, something on the corner of her eye caught Nancy's attention. The guy at the next table was starting to leave, but before he walked off, he gave Bess a big wink, and from the blush on Bess's face, Nancy could tell she noticed it. I hope this isn't going to get out of hand, Nancy thought gloomily. I need all the help I can get on this case. She's like, Bess, focus. Stay with me, Bess. All right, hang on. I'm letting Perry in, because everybody will yell at me if I don't let Perry in. The Perry calendar is coming along very well, in case anybody's wondering. Nancy, for God's sake, Bess, would you stop being horny for every cute boy you see for 5 minutes? Stop being horny on Maine, Bess. Come on. Come on, Perry. There we go. Hi, Perry. Perry! You guys, hopefully you're gonna love the Perry calendar. It's getting there. Hey, Jojo. Haven't seen you in a while. Hi, Thunderspikes. Just finished watching your Camp Rock analysis video 10 video. Thank you. I liked doing that video. Don't ever take my chocolate again, bitch, right? I know who did it. Red Herring, yes. Red Herring did it. They really should have Red Herring. They should have him show up somewhere. Yeah. Of course, whoever writes for Nancy is gonna go by Carolyn Keene. It's tradition. Do Nancy and Drew writers actually like Ned? Do they just feel they have to pair him with Nancy since that's how it's been? I think they feel like that's how it's always been, so they have to. Because lots of writers throw shade at Ned. Like, a lot of them. And plus, Ned, the thing about Ned, too, is Ned just inherently comes from a time where Nancy had to have a boyfriend to seem more palatable because, you know, old-timey 1930s audiences. So he doesn't really pair. He's not really, like, well matched with Nancy, but Frank definitely is. Like, they have an actual, like, natural relationship. Chocolate Thief was coming back to play, either as a baddie or a witness or something. Oh, yeah, for sure. Something is going to happen with that. It's that kid. They did it. For God's sake. Perry. Yes, Perry's back. Perry. Apparently, my mom had gotten me a cologne for Christmas that showed up and smelled terrible. And she sent it back or got a refund or something. She didn't end up giving it to me because it was awful. And apparently Perry got into some of it, and I'm like, I've been wondering why Perry smells so weird. Perry smells like an old lady right now. I'm sorry, Perry. Oh, full screen for Perry. Needle felt bee, nice. Perry the pussycat. Ned is an enigma. Yes, Ned is an enigma. Hi, Perry. Perry, tell them I'm gonna have my own calendar soon. My very own Perry calendar. And it's gonna have movie of the month, and it's gonna have quotes from me, Perry. Perry's been working very, very hard on the calendar for you guys. No, Perry, you can't do the not good arm race. You can't do that, Perry. I know you're a cat and you don't understand why, but just saying. Nope. She's trying to do air biscuits. Okay. No, Perry. She doesn't know. Bless her. Look, she's hanging her head in shame. Look at this. Are you gonna need to do a YouTuber apology video, Perry? Alright. Perry, I'm gonna go back to reading while you sit there. Josie and the Pussycats movie to your years-long list. Yes, I do. It's actually on the list somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Alright. Sit your old lady smelling ass down and let me read. Okay, Joe and I are in our room 583. Frank said as Okay, Joe and I are in room 583, Frank said, as the four of them walked into the Winslow after dinner. From a lounge somewhere off the main lobby, a voice singing Christmas carols wafted into the lobby. You're in 432, Nancy said. They didn't give them conjoining rooms if they were, like, working together? Interesting. Oh, Perry. Mother, you ignore me. Why? I'm reading Nancy Drew, Perry. Not everything revolves around you, Perry. It's still early, Bess protested. Let's not go up to our rooms yet. The night has just begun. Come on, let's go hear that singer and have some dessert. Nancy looked at Perry. Oh my god. Hi, yes, I see you. Nancy looked over towards the elevators. I don't know, she said. We really need to get started on this, and there's a lot of stuff we should check out in Frank's notes. We can do that later, and all day tomorrow, Bess pleaded. Just a few minutes. A smooth, low-pitched voice interrupted her. I hear the singer is one of the best in New York. They all spun around and were face-to-face with the guy Nancy and Bess had noticed in the Hard Rock Cafe. Of course they were. Why don't you all come with me, he said with a slight accent that Nancy couldn't quite place. As my guest, I don't know what accent to do. They're not going to tell me. And I'm bad at accents. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Finally, Joe spoke up. Thanks for the offer, but do we know you? The guy smiled, his piercing brown eyes glittering and reflecting back the many lights of the crystal chandelier. Sorry, he said with a... Hey, Darth. Nancy looked up at Perry. Perry. With a slight chuckle. My name is John. I was just I was just thinking how strange it was seeing you all here. We were sitting next to another at the Hard Rock Cafe, you know. John, Bess repeated dreamily. I think I remember seeing you. The dimples in John's cheeks deepened as he turned his attention to Bess. I'm Bess Marvin, she said quickly. Harry, are you staring them down? What are you doing? Yeah, she wants the tea, but she doesn't drink tea. She's a cat. Perry, you cannot have the tea. These are my friends, Nancy Drew and Frank and Joe Hardy. We're all staying here. I am too, John said simply, so you have no place to rush off to. Well, actually, we do have some plans for the evening, John, Nancy said, but thanks for inviting us. Just for a little while, John insisted. 1 or 2 songs. John doesn't take no very well. He's bad at boundaries. He broke off suddenly and stared at a spot just behind Nancy. For a split second, what are we doing? What is this? What's happening? What are we doing? Why is this what we're doing right now? John is a red flag. Yes, John is a red flag. Perry. What? We're just gonna chill here? Perry. Stop. Perry's the true star of the show. She's like elbowing me out of the way. Bitch, we don't care about you. It's the Perry show. Oh yeah, Avery's there too. Someone get a screenshot and send it to me. See if I can use it on the calendar. Perry. Hi. What are we doing? You gonna sit there? That is a bookmark. That is my phone. Please don't bite my phone. Yeah, I think the ego has gotten to her head. We were trying to keep the calendar secret from her, but, you know, it couldn't be helped. Yeah, doing a peace sign behind Perry. Hi. I'm here too, by the way. It's not like I run the whole channel, Perry. I'm uncomfortable. We're not talking about me. All right. Well, since Perry has decided that we're, no longer important, let's go back to our desk cam. Jesus. Now her fur is all over the place. Sorry, guys. He broke off suddenly and stared at a spot just behind Nancy. For a split second, Nancy thought fear played across his face. Before any of them could reply, John said, I shouldn't be bothering you. I do completely understand if you have other plans. Anyway, I'm certain we'll meet again very soon. With that, he turned and walked towards the bank of elevators. What was that all about? Asked Frank. Nancy turned to glance at the direction John had been looking. All she had seen were a couple of men moving into the lobby from the front door. She shrugged. Then, with a smile, she said, I think Bess has an admirer. Bess blushed, and they all trooped to the elevator. Poor Joe. Perry, did you get a hair in my tea? Of course you did. Looks that way, Joe said, setting down one of Bess's bags to press the up button. Probably some actor. What a fake accent, huh? I don't know. I thought it was pretty cute, Bess said, stepping inside the wood-paneled car. Nancy and Bess got out of the 4th floor. We'll drop off our stuff and meet you in a few minutes, Nancy said. Nancy called back to the boys. Perry, stop clawing things, please. Bess burst into their room. She twirled around once, dropped her shopping bags, and fell flat on her back on the bed. I can't believe he's staying at the same hotel, she gasped. Did you notice his eyes, Nan? Nancy closed the door, shaking her head. It was going to be very tough to keep Bess's attention on the case. I mean, you have to admit, he is adorable, Bess continued. Nancy turned around to respond, but all that came out of her mouth was a gasp. I tried to gasp and then I did a yawn at the same time. Nan, Bess said, sitting up. What is it? A rattling noise at the window was the only reply. Bess turned towards it and let out only a strangled scream. Silhouetted in the window beside her was the dark figure of a man outside. Ooh, dun dun dun. Page 22. Okay. Sent some screenshots on Instagram. Thank you, Darth. I appreciate you. Are you coming back, Perry? Nope, you're sitting under the chair. Missed that dude from the first book. What was their name? Jeff! Jeff Tucker. The one who didn't know what a woman was, Jeff Tucker. That was the very first book we read, wasn't it? And that was like so like I didn't even know if I was gonna keep doing the books. We didn't have Goodreads going. So weird looking back on it. I miss my boy Jeff. Nancy, there's a gremlin on the wing of the plane. Rewrote the Whitney Houston song for Perry. I placed Man with Cat. I appreciate it. Yeah, Perry's the star of the show. Thank you, Patrick, for also sending a screenshot. Yeah, one of these days, if I can get Perry to sit still enough, I've thought about for April Fool's Day doing a prank where I just voiced Perry and Perry just sits here and does the does the interview. All right, let me hop over to Goodreads really quick. Justice for Jeff. I mean, Jeff did get locked in a closet, but so did Nancy. Perry, are you ready to go out now? Let's give her a second to make up her mind. All right, so fun fact, guys, we have read 30 books. If you can see this. These are the books that we've read on stream, starting with this book all the way here and going all the way up till the birthday we read ending on my birthday. Which was actually, this one was very good. Goosebumps Completionist, I believe is the channel name. I think that's the name. If I'm messing up the name, I'm sorry. Just posted a video about Goosebumps Most Wanted 2, and I was talking about how much I loved it in the comments. Perry would have such a pretty voice if she could speak like a Disney princess. Oh yeah, for sure. She'd have like a little magical bird voice. She'd talk like Ida from Owl House or Yuma. I can see that too. Oh, that horror Christmas video does have cutscenes after the credits. Okay. Yzma, yes. Now that song is in my head. I love it. Like the Grumpy Cat movie. Yes. I might actually do that. That might be a fun April Fool's Day video. Oh, you saw the Whitney Houston biopic. How is it? Biopics are very hit and miss. All right, what are we reading? We are reading A Crime for Christmas. Christmas. There we go. Currently reading. That's us. All right. Saddle Club, Pine Hollows books. I've never read them. Like, I remember the show, but I never read the books. Time's up. It's curtains for you, Ms. Drew. I've played that game so many times, and we had to do it so many times in the stream. I hear that man's voice in my nightmares. wanted to do. Sorry, guys. How long we've been on that screen, but sorry. Friday Night Knitting Club. Yeah, I've never read it. Has anybody else read it? Good, but super sad. Yeah. It is sad. Remember when Whitney passed away, and I was just like, wait, what? There were Saddle Club video games. Interesting. I want to play some of the Murder, She Wrote video games. Alright, Chapter 3. Instantly, Nancy reached for the light switch with a click. The room fell into darkness. Down behind the bed, Nancy whispered. She reached for the hotel phone and felt for the buttons in the dark. She punched Frank and Joe's number. Hello? Came Joe's voice. It's Nancy, she whispered. Drop everything and come down here, now. And hurry. Don't ask questions. She hung up the phone and braced herself. Hello? Came a voice from the person outside the window. Is everything all right in there? For a moment, Nancy stared in disbelief as the man reached above the window to pull himself up to the next floor. Sorry if I scared you, he continued, just passing by. What the fuck? It's Joe, what the fuck are you doing? There was no question about it. The voice was unmistakable. John, Nancy said, flinging out the window. What are you doing out there? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, I thought it was Joe. Okay, I was really confused. Sorry. Okay, so it's John outside the window. John looked surprised as he peered into the darkened room. You're Bess's friend, Nancy, right? It is John, came Bess's excited voice. Nancy could hear Bess scramble out from behind the bed, stumble across the carpet floor to flick on the light switch. This guy is such a red flag. A walking, talking red flag. Bess rushed to the window. John, what? Hello, Bess, John said. Well, this must seem very strange. You might say that, Nancy said. John shook his head and looked uncomfortable as he climbed in through the window and rubbed his hands to warm them. I don't blame you. I told myself no person in his right mind would try this, but it's just that, I don't know, after a couple days in the city, I feel trapped. I long for the outdoors. So he's scaling a Okay. I have so many questions. So you climb buildings, Nancy said dryly. Right, John struggled for words. You see, whack, whack, whack. The knocking at the door sounded like gunshots. Open up, Nancy. What's going on in there? Came Frank's voice. Ah, Frank. Nancy ran to the door. It's all right, Frank, she said, pulling the door open. False alarm. We had a surprise visitor through our window. You remember John, don't you guys? Joe looked astonished. He walked across the room staring at John, who grinned back at him. He inspected the window, and his eyes grew wider. This window doesn't have a fire escape. How did you get up here? I was about to explain that to Nancy and Bess, John said. You see, I grew up in a place that is surrounded by great thick forests and towering mountains, so I developed a passion for climbing. If this were a park, I'd be climbing trees. If it were a quarry, I'd be climbing rocks, he shrugged. But it's the city, so I must settle for what I can find. I have to say, though, this building's architect must have been an outdoorsman, too. The handholds on this building are wonderful. Chat? I'm so confused. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. That's his full name. I like to think that his full name is John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Weren't you freezing out there? Bess asks. Well, yes, I was. It is good to be indoors again. John flashed a deep, dimpled smile. His dark, wavy hair had fallen just above his brown eyes, which seemed to glow like twin stars. Do we actually believe him? We actually buying this? Cameron, huh? Even though John's story was hard to believe, see, Nancy agrees with me, Nancy did believe it. Also, she could understand what Bess saw in him. He had a wild, carefree sparkle that was irresistible. Bess was looking up at him with an admiring grin. You're absolutely crazy, she said. Yeah, not in the good way, I don't think. John laughed. Well, sometimes that's the best way to be. At least I'm never bored, nor boring, I hope. Bess reached for the telephone. Let me call room service and order you some hot chocolate or something. I'm not over this. Maybe it's just my... I think Bess is the killer. No. He did it. Erect his ass. I called it. That boy is up to no good. The love interests in mystery novels are always up to no good, aren't they? Well, not always, but oftentimes. I'm not over this. I'm not over this, chat. Maybe it's just my fear of heights, but I feel like I feel lightheaded thinking about this man climbing a building, and not just in the fear way, just in the I cannot believe a person who's just like, I'm gonna climb a building. Get you some hot chocolate or something. No! John said it so forcefully that Bess pulled her hand back as if the phone were on fire. Actually, I was thinking it might be more fun to warm ourselves up in a slightly livelier place. I know of a really hot downtown club. Just a minute, Frank protested. We told you we had plans. But I insist, John said. Nancy and Bess may have just saved my life. I must repay them in some way. I don't know about the rest of you, Bess said, but I want to go. I mean, we're in New York City. It's Christmas time. Why stay cooped up in a stuffy old hotel? At least we can have fun one night. Bess, we're trying to catch criminals. This is a national security threat, Bess. Global security threat, actually. Nancy could tell that Bess had made up her mind to go. She looked over at John. There was something very charming about him, but also something very strange. What kind of person climbed the side of a hotel because he longed for the outdoors? That's what I'm saying, Nancy. They knew nothing about him, not even his last name. The last thing Nancy wanted to do was let Bess go off alone in New York City with this guy. I guess I'll go too, she said. Frank and Joe exchanged a reluctant glance. Or reluctant glances. Well, I guess it's the same glance if they're glancing at each other. Okay, Frank finally said. He looked at his watch. It's 9:45. Let's be back by midnight, all right? We're going to need our rest. Nah, he's a sociopath. Call the police on John, TBH. Irresistible or irresistible to punch? Chat's with me. Oh, you went to the same movie theater to see the biopic that you were at when she died, when you found out she died. That's eerie. Okay, sorry. I needed a second. I couldn't just go to the next scene. I needed to process what I had just read. Um... I don't know if I believe him. He's climbing a building for fun. I don't know. I feel like there's more to it than that. The lights of the club neon flashed across Nancy's eyes in a blur, and under her feet, the transparent dance floor pulsed with color. First red, then green. The whole wall in front of her was lined with video monitors, and the air around her was filled with fake snow being shot out of hidden ceiling pipes. Nancy smiled at Frank, who was dancing with her. Christmas club style, she said. See, she's dancing with Frank. A few feet away, Joe and Bess were dancing. Nancy leaned over to them. We'll have to get going after this song, she called. It's 11:45. Oh, can't we just... Bess began as John walked up to her and Joe. He gave Joe an old-fashioned bow. May I cut in, he asked. Somehow, what would have looked affected in most people seemed perfect... Wait. What would have looked affected in most people seemed perfectly natural for John, even in a funky club like this. Turning toward him, Bess curtsied. Joe stopped dancing abruptly and stalked away. Poor Joe. Poor Bess, Frank said. Poor Bess, Frank said with a wry smile. How's she gonna choose between them? Nancy laughed. Don't worry, it's her favorite kind of problem. The music was getting louder now, and Nancy and Frank threw themselves into the dance until a voice beside them startled them out of their rhythm. Next stop, Laugh Riot. They whirled around to face John. Over one arm, he was carrying all their coats, and with the other, he had made a crook, which Bess was holding onto. Where are you going? Nancy exclaimed. Time to move on, John answered, handing Frank the coats. This is the very best time for a comedy club. Come on. He and Bess ran to the door. This guy's a little too much, Frank muttered. You think? Nancy nodded, but he knows how to get his way. She indicated the bar clock with her eyes. Don't forget, we were supposed to be back by midnight. Before Frank could answer, Joe ran up to them. What's going on, he asked. We were just trying to figure that out ourselves, Frank replied. Nancy and Frank shrugged together. Well, I hear Laugh Riot is great, Nancy said, giving in. Let's go after them, Joe said. We can't leave that guy alone with Bess. My phone is saying there will be snow for the next, 4 hours. I'm seeing nothing in Georgia. Why do you take everything from me? I mean, if you start to see snow falling, let me know. I don't know what part of Georgia you're in, but I would like to think that my area is getting snow, too. This man is taking years off my life, I think. When asked why he climbed the Devon Tower by my reporter friend, he replied, because I'm Spider-Man. Of course he did. We have a local guy that hangs out on one of the street corners dancing in a Batman costume, and everybody just knows him as Batman. Bess is gonna get murdered. Oh, poor Bess. Bess is a lot more adventurous than I would be. I can't imagine. This is like something that happens in a movie, and you're like, oh, that'd be so cute if that happened to me. Some random cute stranger just wants to, take me out on a surprise date. In real life, that's a Dateline episode waiting to happen. No, you hate Bess? I love Bess. I just think she's making very poor life choices right now. So I pitched a tent in Central Park and I woke up to find a squirrel going through my wallet. The comedian looked out into the audience and lifted his shoulders helplessly. Joe was feeling restless. The crowd was chuckling, but he couldn't join in. The guy just wasn't funny to him. He looked around the room. Bess and Nancy were laughing politely, and Frank was looking at his watch. John had already walked to the back, probably to get some refreshments. No, it wasn't to get refreshments, Joe realized. He squinted to get a better view through the dark, smoke-filled room. John was almost hidden in a corner, talking to a man in a dark, full-length overcoat. The man was nodding solemnly. Suddenly, Joe was aware of a ripple of laughter around him. He jerked as Bess tugged on his elbow. Yes, sir, the doors are locked, but the ticket taker will accept a reasonable bribe for your release, came the comedian's voice. Joe swung around to see the comedian staring straight at him. He felt his face turn red as he realized that everyone was staring and laughing at him. The comedian adjusted his horn-rimmed glasses. I get this response a lot. The auto-escape reflex. He imitated a panicked person looking for an exit. Joe could hear his brother trying to stifle a laugh. He sank back into his seat and listened to the rest of the comedian's monologue. But within seconds, he heard someone ahem-ing at them from the entrance to the club. John. This guy is too much, Joe said incredulously. Who? Bess asked. John, Joe replied. He wants us to leave now. Bess and Nancy turned to look. Come on, Bess said excitedly, and both girls got up to leave. Frank and Joe could do nothing but follow. Outside, John had flagged down a taxi. He opened the door for Bess and leaned into the driver's window. The wind's low, he said. What? Bess spluttered. Go ahead, before he changes his mind, Nancy urged. It's getting late. Bess climbed in reluctantly, and Nancy followed her, holding to the door open. John turned to Frank and Joe. Why didn't you tell me it was so late? He asked. I had promised to get you back much earlier. I'm so sorry. Well, they tried to tell you they wanted to go back. I hope this guy is guilty. Norcross Duluth area. Copy. I lived in Norcross quite a while ago. The brothers exchanged a baffled glance as they climbed into the taxi. I'll meet you back at the hotel, John said. I left my scarf inside. We'll wait, Bess said quickly. No, go on. I don't want to hold you. Anyway, I wouldn't fit in the cab. John slammed the door and ran back into the club. Frank raised his eyebrows. Very strange, he said. The taxi pulled away from the curb. Bess let out a loud sigh. This is what I always thought New York would be like. What a guy. Joe crossed his arms in front of him. What a phony. Bess turned to glare at Joe. Now listen, Joe, but Joe cut her off. I saw something very suspicious in that club. In the club. Remember when John got up and left for a few minutes? Well, I saw him and he was in a deep conversation with a pretty sinister-looking older guy. So what? Bess said. It could have been anyone. The club owner, a stranger he just met, a stranger wearing a winter coat indoors and writing down what John was saying? John answered, "Look, I know this guy's a lot of fun, but I just don't trust him. He never talks about himself, and have you noticed his eyes whenever we're in public place?" Frank nodded. "Always moving as if he's being chased." Nancy finished Frank's sentence perfectly. They finish each other's sentences. "Right," Joe continued. "Think about it. What kind of person just happens to climb the outside of a building in the night and has a clandestine meeting with an older man in the back of a club?" I'm saying the cat burglar duo was a younger guy and an older guy. Not older, but like old, middle-aged, I think they said, or like 40s at least. Frank and Nancy caught on at the same time. Nancy gasped and Frank let out a low whistle. "What? Will someone please fill me in?" Bess demanded. Nancy gave her friend a troubled look. "Bess, those are things a young cat burglar might do." Joe looked at the others matter-of-factly. "It is possible he is the right age. I think we ought to keep an eye on him. If he's on to us, it could be big trouble." Bess didn't say a word as she and Nancy walked down the hall to their room. Nancy half wanted to comfort her, to tell her that Joe was wrong. But what if John was one of the cat burglars? What exactly did he want with Bess? Was he going to use her in a crime? And what if Bess really did fall in love with him? Would Nancy still be able to trust her on the case? Nancy's mind was so filled with questions and doubts that she couldn't say anything to Bess. She stood back as Bess took out their computer-encoded room card key. Computer-encoded room card key. I guess it is 88. With a self-pitying sigh, Bess thrust the card into the slot, pushed the door open, and turned the foyer light on, and screamed. "No!" Bess shrieked. Okay, that's a lot. Oh, we got a donation. Anonymous just donated $25 to Project Hope. Thank you. This is why we leave our campaign up. Project Hope, by the way, in case anybody here is new and wasn't on the live stream. Wait, am I live? Am I still going? Am I not okay, for a second I thought I was just straight up frozen. Am I frozen? Can you guys see me? What's happening? I'm still being seen, right? Okay, I just had to check. For a second, it looks on my end like I'm just completely frozen. I'm like, please tell me I wasn't just reading to myself for 15 minutes. You are alive, we can see you. Okay, thank you to Anonymous for donating. Just to remind everybody who wasn't here or doesn't remember, Project Hope is a global organization that gives relief to people in crisis, whether that be from natural disasters or conflict. We raised money for them in March when the Ukrainian war started to help their efforts to help Ukrainian refugees and people still in the country. And this year they're doing Hope Miss, which we've already raised $1,000 for. Hope Miss goes until the 31st, and they're trying to raise, I think their goal was $100,000. I don't think they've hit their goal yet, but I haven't checked today. So they're trying to raise money for people in crisis. So we did a charity stream on the 18th for them, and I'm leaving up the Project Hope banner in everything we do, just so that, just in case, like, somebody just donated $25, so, thank you for that donation. Oh, and anybody who donates, who either donated during the live stream or, donates now. I see you. Okay, thank you, Adriel. Thank you guys for confirming that I can be seen. Whoever donates will be entered to win. I'm gonna draw some names out of a hat so that some people get some free Perry calendar. Oh, it is in my head now. What do we get if the donation reaches 1,500? A Perry song album or a full-length Perry movie? I believe I said in a short that if we hit the $1,500 goal, we'd get I think I said a What Would Perry Do t-shirt, but really it'll probably just be a Perry collection of merch of some kind. I haven't decided yet. I don't know if people are, if that's the design that people want, but I think it'll just be if we hit $1,500 before the 31st, I'll do a line of Perry merch Ideally, I'd like to commission an artist to do some cartoons of Perry, like to put on various t-shirts and hoodies and mugs. So yeah, let's make that the goal. If we hit 1,500 Perry, expanded Perry universe merch, I don't know. Perry the movie, starring Perry and some people that aren't important except for Avery, who is important. Well, thank you. I'm glad I also get to be important on Perry's channel. Oh, while we're at a stopping break, can I just show you guys real quick, since we're talking about Perry and merch and goals and things, and thanks to you guys raising $1,000, Perry's getting a calendar. I just have to pull this up and show you. Where is it? I got the template / the Today You're on My TV. Hello! I've always wanted to be on TV. Technically, I have been on TV before, just, you know, not as my own show. So I've been working on the Perry calendar. I think I have the template for all of the months / the January one done. But I just wanted to show you guys. I would like some opinions while we're on break right now. What do we think? What do we think of the Perry calendar? They all have a little quote, a little blurb written, of course, by Perry herself. Definitely not written by me. Definitely dictated by Perry. There's the calendar, and then there's a movie of the month to correlate. And all the movies of the month are movies that we've done videos on. And a picture of Perry, obviously, because it's Perry of the month. So yes, this is what we're working with. If people can see. Can people see? We're on small cam. Hopefully people can see. So yes, this is... Oh, you can't see... Shoot, you can't see this. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I just realized that we can't see. No, we can't see. Okay, hang on. Sorry, guys. Let's do this. I think I know how to fix this. Small cam. No, I don't want to go to small cam. Okay, hang on. Studio version goes on. I'm learning how to fix this. My brother would be so happy. Let's change the window capture to... Can I change it to affinity? There we go. Transition. All right, let's see. Can we see now? We're not seeing the art. Why are we not seeing the art? Very, very strange behavior. Okay, one more thing. I'm going to try one more thing. Because Affinity is not playing nice. Go to full cam. I just wanted to show everybody this thing. Looks like a black screen. Yeah, I love the calendar. Looks like black screen. Damn it. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, can I do it like this? Yes, I can show people this. Okay, let's try it this way. I think I figured out a workaround. I'll pull it up on the Printify load, because that's what I've been using to upload the pictures anyway. So let's go window capture. Let's go Firefox. There we go. Let's see about this now. How does that, how are we seeing it now? How does this look? Are we seeing the things? Okay, so now that we can all actually see, you can see we have the month. It's all very like 80s, 90s themed. I found these backgrounds that are able to be used in commercial use. So we have this kind of look. We have a picture of Perry every month, obviously. We have down here a little blurb written by Perry. Obviously, Perry all by herself. Yes, a Perry calendar. And then you're going to have the month, and then down here is a little movie of the month, and each movie of the month will be something that we have covered. Perry on the cover of Vogue. So that's, yes, that's the January, and that's the template. I spent a lot of time getting that done because now that that's done, the other ones are going to fall into place really easily because it's just going to be this template, but just with the different months. So I'm excited. I think it's looking pretty good. I thought it kind of gave off Perry energy as well as just the energy of the channel. So hopefully that will be very fun. I'm hoping to get that published in the next day or two. I know that they have to ship. People might get them like a couple days into January, unfortunately, but you know, you'll still have it. I like it. Thank you. Obviously there will be different patterns for each month to give each month its own look, but I want it to all stay in this kind of 80s, 90s, almost like Chuck E. Cheese-esque kind of look. I like this very much. Very excited to buy one. Aw. I'm very excited for them to be... I said to my brother, I didn't think I'd put, you know, calendar design on my resume this year, but I did. Maybe make the bar behind the days of the week a slightly lighter color. Kind of hard to see the letters. Copy. I will do that. Thank you for the suggestion. I will make it a little bit lighter. And... I can actually do that right now. I know you guys can't see because I don't know why Affinity is not playing nice, but I'm going to make it lighter before I forget to do that. Thank you for the suggestion. Oh, shoot. So yeah. Anyway, what are we thinking of the book so far? Is this guy, John, taking time off of everybody's life like mine? Creative Ice, if you need some help with that stuff, I could definitely help with that. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you. I wanted to show it to you guys, and I'm probably going to also post it on the, once we think we have the finalized designs, I'll post it on the creator tab, so that everybody can see. Where the hell? Layers. There we go. It's almost like I've used this for 2.5 years and should know it a little bit more proficiently sometime. Let's make it, yeah. Let's keep the green, but make it a little bit... less dark. Or maybe, let's try like a light, I'm gonna try like a robin's egg blue. That contrasts pretty well. I like it. Hi, Paolo. Just wanted to stop and donate. Really not anonymous, I'm admitting it, huh? Not staying because still in a good... I'm sorry, Paulo. Thank you so much for donating. Paulo also donated on our charity stream, so big ups to Paulo. Bots tonight. So far, no bots, so no worries there. Just take care of yourself, Paulo. We're all here for you when you feel like coming back. And until you aren't, it's all good. Bennett's siblings are very talented. Oh, that's cool. Alright, sorry. We'll get back to the book now. I know it's a little bit of a detour, but I figured everybody would be interested in seeing that. Alright, let's go back. Let's do this. So yeah, thank you, Paulo, again for the donation. If we hit our $1,500 goal and get more Perry merch, we have Paulo definitely to credit in part for that. All right. Nancy rushed to her friend. This is chapter 4, by the way. Nancy rushed to her friend's side and looked in. Her jaw fell open. The covers had been torn off the bed. Clothes, sheets, and towels were strewn all over the floor. The girls' shopping bags lay in shreds by the wall, their contents dumped in a heap. Bess, Nancy said grimly, something tells me we're very deeply into this case already. Bess exhaled shakily. I don't like being so involved in a case, she said. She walked over to the pile of merchandise on the floor. All our Christmas shopping. I wonder if she reached down to sift through the pile. Don't touch anything, Nancy said quickly. She reached for the telephone. I have to call security first. I can help with art for the shirts if needed. Okay, yeah, just DM me, like, whatever your, what your rates are. I'm gonna see what the general plan is and get my shit together, and then yeah. Um, I think your art, yeah, I think your art is actually really great for Perry merch. Um, okay, sorry, I'm very distractible tonight. Okay, ladies, we'll have our men work on it. The head of security for the Winslow scratching is, the head of security for the Winslow scratched his head. Scratched his head, sorry. But I have to tell you, you're lucky nothing was stolen. Nothing was stolen. I know we are, Nancy said soberly, but it's more than that luck. It's weird. Frank was looking around the devastated room trying to pick up clues. You're sure that it had nothing to do with value in here? That you had nothing of value in here? He said. I did, Bess answered. She opened a small jewelry box in the drawer of her night table and held up some gold earrings and a necklace. They didn't touch these, and they're pretty expensive. You're lucky, the security guard said again. The drawer was open, too. Maybe they just didn't think they could get enough for the jewelry? Some of these guys are only after the big stuff. He made a note in his pad and walked to the door. Now, you make sure and call us if anything happens. Big help, Bess muttered. No, they were definitely just there to rifle through and make it look like a burglary. They didn't take anything. Big help, Bess muttered as he walked out. She handed the jewelry box to Frank. Here, why don't you keep this in your room, just in case? Okay, Frank replied. I think Joe accidentally carried 2 of your shopping bags to our room after supper. I'll put it with those. Accidentally. What was I just gonna say? Oh, yeah, so the security at the Winslow is not very helpful. Apparently ACAB also extends to the Winslow security team. Bess's eyes lit up. One of those bags has my chocolate crown in it. Would you please bring it down here? No problem, Joe said. He placed the last pillow back on the bed, surveyed the straightened room, and headed for the door. I'll be back in a few minutes. As soon as Frank and Joe had left, Bess plopped herself down on the bed and began to brush her hair. She didn't say a word, and Nancy put on her pajamas and got ready for bed. After making sure the windows were locked tight, Nancy slipped into one of the queen-size beds. Bess was sitting motionless on her own bed. With a yawn, Nancy smiled. Aren't you going to get ready, Bess? I guess, Bess answered dully. What's up? You scared of someone breaking in again? No. Just wound up from our busy night? No. A tense silence fell over the room. Nancy sat up and looked at her friend straight in the eye. You're mad at me, right? Bess turned away. Well, no, not mad, Nancy. It's just that... She exhaled with frustration. I think you guys are being unfair to John. I mean, you're just assuming he's a criminal. Your space got broken into while he was very insistent that you didn't go back. I'm sorry, Bess, Nancy said sympathetically. Sympathetically is a very long word. You ever think about that? She propped up her pillows and leaned back against the headboard. I know how much you like John, but we have to be careful. I don't know, Nancy, Bess answered. To tell you the truth, I think Joe has other reasons for saying bad things about John. What do you mean? Well, Joe's a nice guy and all, but haven't you noticed how weird he gets when John's around? I don't think he'd be this way if John weren't so charming and good-looking. I guess what I'm saying is, I think Joe might be a little mad that John's stealing all our attention. All yours, you mean, Nancy said with a knowing smile. Well, you know what I'm saying, Bess answered sheepishly. Nancy laughed. Maybe you're right, Bess, but Joe is a great detective, too. And I've worked with him, and I know how professional he is. If he's well, Joe is a lot of things, and he is a great detective, but I wouldn't call him professional, Nancy. If he's suspicious about somebody, there's a good reason, and his theory does make sense. Just then there was a knock on the door. Your bags, ma'am, Joe's voice said. Nancy jumped out of bed, put on her robe, and went to the door. Thanks, Joe, she said, carrying the shopping bags into the room. Nancy must wear very different pajamas than I do. I wear like a big t-shirt and sweatpants or like I'm wearing joggers right now. Like Nancy must have a very different set of pajamas. Just pulling on a robe. Thanks, Joe, she said, carrying the shopping bags into the room. Joe followed her and looked at both girls very seriously. You call us at the slightest strange sound, all right? Especially if you have any unexpected visitors through the window. Right, Nancy answered, smiling at Joe's big brother routine. Nancy is so aware of the way that Joe feels about Bess, but not about the way that she feels about Frank. Well, she's not aware of the way Frank feels about her, and she's just denying the way that she feels about Frank. Hey, Jay. Thanks. I like this hoodie. This is my new favorite hoodie. We are reading Nancy Drew and Hardy Boy's Super Mystery Crime for Christmas, by the way, and our fundraiser for Project Hope is still going on. So that's definitely a thing. Maybe you showed us the prototype for the Perry calendar. Yes, I did. I have just the January one is up. But the other ones are all gonna be that, just in different styles. Speaking of which, I am in real time updating to match the updating to incorporate Darth's suggestions. Words are hard. So we're reading Nancy Drew and Hardy Boy's Super Mystery, Crime for Christmas. I'm excited because this is the first of the super mysteries that we've gotten to read. I have a few of these in my collection, and I've been very excited about them. By no means do I have all of them, but calendars makes me want to... Well, it makes me want to read... I have a few books left over from my childhood. I used to read The Amazing Days of Abby Hayes. And I owned a few, and the ones that I owned I still have. So maybe one day we'll do a stream where we read some of those. We could probably read a couple in one stream since they're pretty short books. Okay, where were we? Okay, then. Good night, Joe said. As the door shut, Bess sighed. You know, Nancy, I realize that John acts a little strange, but you have to understand, to him, all that stuff he does probably seems absolutely normal. Maybe he's just one of those people who doesn't follow the crowd. Besides, he's too nice to be a cat burglar. That's not the way it works, unfortunately. We don't really know him at all. Why do you think he insists that we go out tonight and then keep us out longer than we'd agreed to stay? What if he wanted to clear us out so his partner could go to work in our room? Bess shook her head vehemently. Nancy, that's ridiculous. I mean, even if it were all true, why would any cat burglar go to such trouble to rob us? We have nothing really valuable. But you just said... Okay, Bess. Nancy sighed. Bess had a point. Well, I mean, I guess getting them out of the hotel room and stuff, they're easier marks for more stuff. I guess that's what she means. I guess we're grasping at straws. She flopped down onto her bed. Let's just try to get some sleep, okay? Maybe we'll see things clearer in the morning. I can see clearly now. Sorry. Okay, Bess said, reaching into her suitcase for her toothbrush. Good night. Nancy lay back down. She hoped she'd ease the tension between them, but she couldn't help noticing a chill in the air as Bess bustled around and got ready for bed. As Nancy walked to the lobby, she looked up. I hear the cuckoo clock going off again. As Nancy walked into the lobby, she looked up. On the balcony, amid the tables set up for late lunch, a pianist was playing Jingle Bells as Santa Claus strolled around and talked to the enthralled children. Nancy, she heard from behind her. She looked around to face Frank. Hi, Nancy said. What did you find out from security? The two of them walked over to an alcove beside the giant Christmas tree. Nothing. I have a feeling we're not going to get much from them, Frank answered. Anything from your end? No, I talked to the cleaning staff and the porters. They weren't around at the time, and I can't find any clues in the hallways or stairwells. She shrugged. It's a blank slate, Frank. Frank smiled slightly. Those are the best kind, Nancy smiled. That sounded like something she would say. They have so much chemistry. Where's Bess? Frank asked. Spending the afternoon with John. I don't like it, but what could I say? She asked. Where's Joe? He said he was going to hang out in the lobby and take pictures, said Frank. He looked around. There he is. On the other side of the lobby, Joe was snapping pictures with the telephoto lens. Let's stay back, said Frank. Frank warned. He looks as though he's onto something. I don't want to draw attention to him. Or distract him. Joe is very distractible like I am. Avery, why didn't you tell me you and Perry are on the cover of Vogue? Check your Instagram messages. Oh, I will. I'm very excited for this. Thank you for your meme brilliance, Patrick. I'll check this later. They slid behind the Christmas tree and watched as Joe moved quietly around. He seemed to have noticed something suspicious on the balcony cafe. On the balcony cafe? Okay. What's he looking at? Nancy asked. Can't tell, Frank answered. Joe began moving the camera slowly to the right as he aimed through the viewfinder. Frank and Nancy followed his gaze up to the cafe, where a gorgeous auburn-haired girl was sitting at a small table, sipping something steaming hot from a patterned fine china cup. Frank groaned. I don't believe this, he said. Joe focused carefully and snapped. The girl tossed back her hair and looked over the lobby. She seemed to be admiring the Christmas decorations, her face a radiant smile until she saw Joe. Instantly, Joe pulled the camera down and looked away, whistling. Smooth, Frank said sarcastically under his breath. Frank and Nancy watched as the girl strode down the stairs and across the lobby toward Joe. A wry smile creased her lips. Let's go over there, Frank murmured. I've got to hear this. He strolled casually toward Joe. Nancy followed. Joe looked a little startled when he saw them, but he gave no sign of recognition. The auburn-haired girl walked right up behind Joe and watched for a moment as he studied the wainscoting on the wall. Then she cleared her throat. Do you always take pictures of strange girls in hotel lobbies? She said in a proper upper-class British accent. Do you always take pictures of strange girls in hotel lobbies? That's a bad accent, but you know what? I tried. What? Joe said, spinning around with an innocent expression. It is kind of sus, Joe. Don't be sus, Joe. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. That's also not what I wanted to do. Trying to get back to my live tab. There we go. Okay, sorry guys. Back to my thing. Let's see. Frank bent toward Nancy as if to point something out to her. His face was crimson with suppressed laughter. The Don Juan of Bayport, he whispered, caught red-handed. The girl wasn't buying Joe's, quote, innocent act. She folded her arms and said, the least you can do is send me a copy. Sorry, all the English people are gonna hate me forever. Right, Joe answered with an embarrassed laugh. I'm sorry, I was taking some architectural photos. I guess I got a little carried away. You're very photogenic, you know. The girl's face broke into a warm grin. Oh? Are you a professional? Well, I don't know why I can't say professional in that voice. Well, no, not really, Joe answered. Just an amateur with an eye for beauty. Oh, please, Frank said almost inaudibly. But no, But to Nancy, it looked as if Joe might get what he wanted. The girl held out a long, graceful arm to Joe. I'm Fiona Fox, she said sweetly. Frank shook her head in disbelief. Incredible, he murmured. Joe Hardy, Joe said cheerfully. He took her hand and squeezed it gently. Lovely to meet you, Joe, Fiona replied. Oh, the pleasure is mine, I'm sure. The pleasure is mine, I'm sure, Frank. Or repeated, rolling his eyes. I thought that was the girl. The pleasure is mine, I'm sure, Frank repeated, rolling his eyes. Shh, Nancy hissed. She was enjoying eavesdropping on Joe, but Joe had begun glancing at his watch, looking guilty and uncomfortable. Well, I'm supposed to be meeting my brother right now. See you soon, Fiona. I hope so, Fiona answered with another dazzling smile tossed over her shoulder as she headed back up to the table. Yikes. I don't trust any romantic interest that Joe has. Joe has really bad luck. I guess it's just my live stream that keeps freezing. Alright, there we go. Yes, I know, computer. Not now. She headed back up to her table. With a slightly shamefaced grin, Joe turned toward Frank and Nancy. Frank shook his head in mock reproof. Hate to butt in on your social life, Romeo, he said, but I hear we're supposed to be working on a case. Hey, listen, I've already taken 2 rolls of suspects, Joe exclaimed. There just wasn't anybody suspicious around at that moment. So I was searching for angles, and, well, it looks as though you found curves, Frank interrupted. Come on, let's go see what you've got. Nancy and I are at a dead end. Frank and Joe had transformed their bathroom into a mini darkroom. With Nancy's help, they developed Joe's film and then painstakingly made black and white prints. As the 3 of them were poring over the pictures with a magnifying glass afterward, there was a knock at the door. I'm having Danger by Design flashbacks. I don't like it. I'm back from paradise, Bess's voice called from the hall. Joe opened the door, and Bess practically floated in. We just saw the most wonderful show. You wouldn't believe the dancing, and one of the songs made me cry. John bought me a cast album. And she proceeded to give them a rapturous dance-by-dance, song-by-song description. Nancy, Frank, and Joe all listened patiently, and Nancy knew that they were sharing a common thought. Bess was becoming part of the problem instead of the solution. Damn it, Bess. This was the 1990s. They still developed film. This was actually 1988. This particular book came out in 88. So yes, they definitely were still using film. Tip, 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 tip. Nancy's eyes flicked open. She looked over and saw Bess in her bed. Where was that noise coming from? Tip, 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 tip. The window. With cat-like stealth, Nancy stepped out of bed and peered behind the drapes. I thought you'd never hear me, came a soft voice. Nancy took a deep breath, her heart thudding in her chest. You know, John, she said angrily, there's nothing wrong with using the hallway. Please just let me in, John pleaded. I don't have much time. He sounded desperate. Nancy quickly opened the window and John climbed in. You've got to help me get out of here, he said urgently. Oh, this fucking guy. Suddenly, Bess stirred and sat bolt upright in her bed. John, she gasped. Yes, it's me, John said. I'm afraid I can't say much, but there are some people after me. I tried to climb my window to the street, but someone is stationed on the sidewalk just below my room. I need a disguise. Sure, John, Bess said. I'll find something. She grabbed her robe from the end of the bed and threw it on. Hold on a second, Nancy said firmly. She reached for her robe as she flicked on a light. We're not doing anything until we talk to Frank and Joe. Yes, of course, but hurry, John said. Nancy punched Frank and Joe's number on the phone and told a groggy Frank the story. But he may be the guy we're looking for, Frank said. Exactly, Nancy answered tersely. She didn't want to say anything more within earshot of John. I know you can't talk, said Frank, but I can tell you what you're thinking. I can tell what you're thinking, because they have so much chemistry. If we help him leave the hotel, we may find out what he's up to. We'll be right there. At first glance, no one would have paid attention to the group of 5 teenagers leaving the building. Frank, Joe, Nancy, and Bess appeared to be about as normal as could be, and so did the tall guy between Nancy and Bess. At least he looked normal from a distance. Up close, it was easy to tell that the mustache and beard stubble were painted on with gray eyeshadow, that his trench coat was too small, and his wool-knit winter hat was pulled down a little too far over his eyes. Just don't talk to anyone, Nancy whispered to John as they pushed through the revolving lobby door. Uh-huh, John mumbled. Nancy breathed a sigh of relief as they stepped out onto the sidewalk. Safe so far. All right, let's get a cab, Frank said. Suddenly, a black-gloved hand landed on Frank's shoulder. Not so fast, a gravelly voice snarled. Frank swung around to face a broad-shouldered, pug-faced man. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He demanded. Putting you under arrest, the man said. He opened a small leather case in his hand and revealed a police badge. Sergeant Collodi, New York City Police. We're under arrest? Joe laughed. Why? Is there a curfew in New York City? No, there isn't, the man retorted. He narrowed his eyes and glared at Joe. But there is a law against kidnapping Crown Prince Jean-Claude of Sarconne. We saw that coming, right? Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that, a bot. Hi, bot. Report. There is a curfew now. Yeah, there is. They had a curfew over, like, COVID and stuff. Oh, really? We've got... What the... Report... It's the same spam message. But it's 3 different accounts because I had to report each one separately. Oh well. So that's the Crown Prince. Bot? Hot girls wear? So I think it hit it from you guys because YouTube at least caught that it was probably a bot. This time, I think all of us reporting is helping, so be sure to do that next time you see a bot too. I'm also doing it. Everybody's doing it. Yeah, it held it for review and was like, is this a bot? And so I still had to be like, yes, it's a bot. Drink from both of the drinks. Since when doesn't Nancy get arrested? She always almost gets arrested. She has been arrested before. Like that silly goofy time we had to solve an arson case from jail. If anybody was here for that stream. I know some of you were. What? The cry rose in unison from Frank, Joe, Nancy, and Bess. Very good, Sergeant Collodi growled. A couple more rehearsals and you'll make a barbershop quartet. John ripped off his wool hat and sighed. I had a feeling this would happen, he said. You mean it's true? Beth said, swaying backward. I'm afraid so. John, or Jean-Claude, shrugged. I do have an explanation, though. I knew he didn't give them his real first name. Yeah, I'll get to the DS games. I promise. My brother is helping me work on an emulator. Every time I get close to getting a emulator situated, something happens and I either forget or the computer has to go in to be fixed, so we're getting there. I promise. Do we still think we could do multiple of them in one stream? Or are some of them longer than others, Patrick? Like, in your opinion? Barbershop Quartet. What? I can't emulate a barbershop quartet, but I can hear what you're saying. What? Like a barbershop quartet. I do have an explanation, though. I can't wait to hear this one, Joe said. All right, you hoodlum, Sergeant Collodi said, grabbing Frank and Joe by the shoulders. You're the ones we're going to be doing the explaining in court. No, Jean-Claude commanded in a loud, firm voice. What, are you not arresting the girls, too? What, girls can't be kidnappers, too? Offended. Very offended. It feels like there's cat fur in my nose. I apologize. Hidden Staircase DS game took me an hour and a half. The other 3 are difficult. Okay, cool. So we'll just give them their own streams. That's fine. Jean-Claude commanded in a loud, firm voice that startled everyone. They all froze and stared at him. Sorry, Jean-Claude said. That's a bad habit I picked up from my father. We call it the royal no. Excuse me, Your Excellency, Sergeant Collodi said. Highness was okay, Jean-Claude said. Anyway, you can let go of them, Sergeant. I won't tell your supervisor anything. Sergeant Collodi looked baffled. My supervisors? I don't understand. He wants to speak to the manager. It's just that I wouldn't want you to get in trouble for impeding the progress of a visiting dignitary. I'm sure you don't mean to create an international incident. International? No need to apologize, Jean-Claude said magnanimously. I guess it's easy to forget that visiting dignitaries sometimes have to travel incognito to avoid publicity. He could have just said, they're with me. Please stop. Oh, you sled down a slope to a ski lodge. Ooh. Sergeant Collodi's face was beet red now. He wiped beads of sweat off his brow. Nancy and Frank exchanged a knowing look. They could see that Jean-Claude had completely unraveled him. At the moment, a slim, balding man with a pencil-thin mustache stepped through the revolving door of the Winslow, looking impatiently left and right. He pulled the fur collar of his cashmere coat tightly around his neck. Page 46, yay, my lucky number. Finally, his eyes lit on Jean-Claude, and he did a double take, sorry. There you are, the man said. His eyebrows drew together into a frown as he approached. Officer, I shall take custody of the young man. Thank you for your good work. Sergeant Collodi quickly started backing away. Sure thing, court Raynaud. He said meekly. He's all yours. With that, the police officer disappeared around the corner. He scampered away. And they don't have voice actors, so you have to pay attention to the text on the screen. Okay, yeah, so we'll give them their own. DS sound quality isn't always the best for voice acting. Yeah, it really isn't. Most DS games don't have that much voicing. And we also have other DS games that we need the emulator for, like the Professor Layton games, the Phoenix Wright games, so yeah, that's definitely a goal coming into the new year. The new year is to do more DS game streams. Jean-Claude turned to Nancy and her friend before they could say a word. With an embarrassed smile, he said, I apologize that you learned my secret this way. I wasn't attempting to deceive you. I just needed another identity. He glanced over at Count Raynaud, and then back. Did I say Court before? It's Count. And then back at Bess. Someday I'll explain it all to you, I promise. Bess just stared at him. I still can't believe it, she said after a moment. Neither can I, said Frank. How did you, please, your highness, Count Raynaud cut in. I need some sleep. I've been up all night trying to determine your whereabouts. You may chat with your friends, if that is what they are, another time. Jean-Claude shrugged. I'm sorry, cousin. I didn't realize you were upset. Didn't realize I was upset, Count Raynaud's eyes burned with rage. I turned around this morning after your photo session and you were gone. You had evaded all your bodyguards. Fortunately, the luncheon afterward was a formality, so I could cover for you. But to miss the meeting at the American consulate, our country's highest-ranking representative just decided not to attend? I had no idea if you'd been abducted or not. Jean-Claude's face turned red. You're right, of course, cousin. Of course I am, Raynaud snapped. And frankly, I don't wish to discuss this in public. For the sake of our country, my sanity, and your well-being, I suggest we return to our suite now. Poor Count. He's been through a lot. Me after playing the Hidden Staircase. What the hell? That was short. 3DS games, however. Oof. Game Boy Color Advance emulator. Yeah. Yeah, Professor Layton and Ace Attorney, great games. I only played a little bit of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. That's the only one out of the whole series I've played, but I'm excited to play more. Raynaud stood aside to allow Jean-Claude to precede him to the front door. After you, your highness, he chose to ignore Nancy and her friends completely. But Jean-Claude didn't. Instead of moving toward the revolving door, he turned to them. This gentleman is Count Raynaud, my father's cousin by marriage. He and my father do not see eye to eye politically, and as a punishment, my cousin is given charge of me whenever we travel alone. Stopping just before the door, he threw them a quick wink. I can't quite figure it out, but I always want to get away from him, he whispered loud enough for Raynaud to hear. Good night, Court Raynaud said stiffly. A slight nod in their direction. I hope to have the pleasure of making all your acquaintances at another time. Get the fuck out of my space is basically what that guy just said, but in British, or in royal dignitary. You and Natasha still need to go against each other on the Harry Potter DVD games. Yes, yes we do. That'll be fun. Maybe we should try to do that while I still have a TV set up before the computer gets back. The computer's, by the way, it's still in the shop. It's been shipped to New York, apparently, to be fixed. Its whole motherboard had to be rebuilt, apparently. As the two men disappeared into the hotel, Nancy watched as Jean-Claude put his arm around Raynaud's shoulder. So what'll it be, cousin? He asked casually. An exciting game of canasta? Then, as the men moved into the lobby, she could hear no more. Nancy watched Frank. His expression mirrored exactly what she was feeling. A little amusement, a little anger, a little shock, and a lot of confusion. I still can't believe it, said Bess the next afternoon. Prince Jean-Claude of Sarconne. I guess they didn't get much work done. They just time skipped a day. It's like, yeah, they didn't do anything. They kind of procrastinated. You don't need to know about that. Even Avery's computer has been to New York, and I still haven't. I've been through New York. I've driven through it. I just have not actually been to it. I should go at some point. Yes, my computer got to stay in New York before I did. Prince Jean-Claude of Sarconne. I couldn't sleep all night thinking about him, and now we're all going to have lunch with him? Nancy laughed as she unfolded the linen napkin and placed it in her lap. Yes, it's pretty incredible. He went from being a cat burglar to a prince in 5 minutes, like a character from a fairy tale. Nancy, Bess, Frank, and Joe were waiting for the prince in the Winslow's main dining area. The oak-paneled room, lavishly decorated for Christmas. Huge juniper wreaths swagged with gold ribbons hung on all the walls, and on each table was an arrangement of holly and other greens in a low crystal vase flanked by gold candles protected by glass hurricane jars. It sounds like Martha Stewart made these. You guys will appreciate me saying that more once you actually see the new cooking video that's about to come out. Hogwarts Challenge and Wizarding World DVD games, yes. Yes, I have it. Let's see. I should ask Natasha when she wants to do that. I could find a DVD player probably and hook it up pretty easily to this TV. Or I could just do it on the computer too. I think that would also work. Download only, not retail. Ooh. I'm also about to start my Animal Crossing series where we're gonna play the first, the original Animal Crossing, and we're gonna just have, like, I think we'll just have some chill streams where we just chill and play Animal Crossing, but also it might be something that we kind of check in and out of at the end of streams that are shorter. So yeah, I think that's a thing that we're gonna do. I'm very excited. It'll be a year of keeping our Animal Crossing town in that, and then if it's popular, by the end of next year, we can move up to the next game. So where is the prince? Joe asked. I'm starving. Please go ahead and order, came Jean-Claude's voice just then. They watched as Jean-Claude and Count Renaud walked up to their table. How do you do, your highness? How do you do, fellow kids? Bess said, jumping to her feet and curtsying. Nancy winced at a look of utter disgust crossed Joe's face, but Jean-Claude only laughed. Never call me that again. It's Jean-Claude to you. With a twinkle in his eye, he added, in a stage whisper, but you had better call him Count Renaud, or he'll be upset. Really, Jean-Claude, Count Renaud said, indignantly joining the others at the table. Jean-Claude smiled broadly at Renaud. I'm only teasing you, cousin. These are my friends whom you so briefly met last night. Bess, Marvin, Nancy Drew, and Frank. Oh, I guess this was the middle of the night that they woke up in the middle of the night. Okay, it wasn't morning. Okay, that makes sense. Bess, Marvin, Nancy Drew, and Frank and Joe Hardy. Renaud greeted each one with a tight little smile and a curt nod. Frank, who had stood, reached across the table to shake the Count's hand. Count Renaud looked at Frank's hand as if it were a live snake. He did briefly shake it, though, before sitting down. Prince Jean-Claude has asked me to extend to all of you an invitation to a preview party this afternoon to view the Crown Jewels before the exhibit is open to the general public at the Metropolitan Museum. Great, Bess said. Having you accompany him will make the party more tolerable for Jean-Claude, Renaud continued. Jean-Claude chuckled. Thanks, cousin. That is very thoughtful of you. Renaud didn't answer, but only gave the prince a hard stare. Yes, I know, Jean-Claude said. In answer to the stare, I'll hold up my end of the bargain. He turned to the others. I promised Cousin Renaud I'd apologize to you for last night. I didn't mean to cause you so much trouble. Trouble? It was fun, Bess said. Yes, it was, Nancy agreed. Have you always been a rebel? Yes, Jean-Claude said, wistfully. I think I wasn't born to be a prince. You have no idea what it's like living from ceremony to ceremony surrounded by stuffy, boring people, always overdressed in stiff, formal clothes. He glanced over to Renaud. Present company excluded, of course, he said ironically. Reynaud cleared his throat and looked off into the distance. My parents let me take up mountaineering because they thought it would eliminate my restlessness and boredom, he shrugged. But as you've seen, it only made it worse. Now I can't even be in the same place for more than a few minutes without feeling the need to escape. So that's why you sneak through our window, Bess said. She gasped and put her hand into her mouth. Or I shouldn't have said that. Jean-Claude chuckled. Oh, my cousin knows now. He's always suspected I'd climb out the window. In fact, he stationed a bodyguard on the sidewalk below our third-floor suite. But he didn't realize I might climb upward to escape. Yes, the security guard didn't bother to look up? Okay. Welcome back, Toonie. A friend and I were on a call watching something. Saw the stream on, but I wasn't able to listen much watching. No, so all you really missed was the sketchy guy that Bess is dating. We've now found out that he is the a prince. He's the Prince of Sarconne. Sarconne. And that's why he's always rushing out of places and being very sketchy. He's trying to evade his own bodyguards and the public. So, but they told us that Bess starts dating a British, or not a British. I keep saying British. They told us that they were meeting a dignitary. Maybe I just put two and two together. I must have just put two and two together. I could have sworn they told us at the beginning, or at the back jacket of the book that he was royal or a dignitary or something. Yes, well, Count Reynaud said, raising his eyebrows, I trust we've come to a slightly more liberal agreement. Now we shall be leaving directly after lunch. Will all four of you be accompanying us? We travel together, Nancy said. Indeed, Count Reynaud said with a sniff. So be it. And he subsided into a chilly silence for the rest of the meal. Lunch was lively for everyone else and thrilling for Bess. Whenever Jean-Claude's eyes and hers met, everyone else vanished for them, and they were alone. After lunch, they picked up their coats and met in the lobby. Jean-Claude and Bess, arm in arm, led the little band out into the clean, cold afternoon sunshine. Can we talk about how Bess is currently living a Hallmark movie right now? While they waited for Jean-Claude's limo, Bess leaned close to the prince, talking and laughing with him. Frank spoke to Joe and Nancy. I have a feeling that from here on in, there are only 3 of us on this case. Nancy sighed. It looked as though Bess really was lost to them now. I mean, she doesn't want to be a detective. Like, she isn't really, like, she helps out, but, like, it's not her passion like the rest of them. Bess was with a crown prince, she thought. They'd never stop hearing about it in River Heights. Joe eyed Bess and Jean-Claude as they disappeared into the stretch limo. Before climbing in himself, he whispered to Frank and Nancy, I still don't trust him, prince or no prince. Nancy thought over the past couple of days' events and had to admit Joe had a point. Frank felt out of place in the special exhibit room at the Metropolitan Museum. Everyone there was either foreign or 3 times his age. Also, I like the switching between all of their perspectives, or at least Frank's and Nancy's. Bess has found the one. No, I still ship Bess with Alan Payne, who showed up in Castle Malloy and the Secrets Can Kill book. I don't trust this guy either, to be fair to Frank and Nancy and Joe. Also, his corduroy jacket with Oxford cloth shirt, chinos, and deck shoes stuck out among the custom-tailored suits all the other men were wearing. He hadn't packed anything for an occasion such as this. He and Joe circled the room, stopping briefly in front of a large glass case. Inside the case was a heavy, solid gold crown studded with sapphires, rubies, and emeralds. I'll bet it took a lot of proof of purchase seals to get this baby, Joe said. Frank leaned back against the guardrail surrounding the case. They say it's one of the most spectacular crowns in the world. Seems strange to leave it out in the open like this when they're so worried it's going to be stolen. Frank shook his head. Well, judging from their other crimes, the burglars are probably laying low right now. They only come out for the big, spectacular scenes. Like when the jewels are over the UN gala? Exactly. This group is too small to be controlled. Besides, Jean-Claude tells me half the people here are undercover guards. Well, we'll be closing in 20 minutes, a uniformed museum guard said to Frank and Joe. Just then Frank noticed Jean-Claude and Bess heading their way. Jean-Claude had a devilish smile on his face, and Bess was looking over his shoulder. Quick, Jean-Claude said to the brothers. Renaud is in a deep conversation with my bodyguard about his family history. They'll be engrossed till they shut off the lights. I'll tell them I'm going to the men's room and slip out to meet you in front of the museum. We'll have just enough time for a trip into Central Park. Wait a minute, Joe said, but Jean-Claude swept past them and over to his cousin and guard. Nancy and Bess were close behind. Come on, Bess said to Frank and Joe. Frank checked over his shoulder. Renaud was deep in conversation with the guard. He nodded to Joe, and they left. I recently saw somebody who was talking about different, like, dialects and things like that, like a dialect coach talking about how Americans, and it's pretty, like, it's pretty unique to America that a lot of Americans will, like, tap their tongue to their teeth when they say the word L. And now I can't, like, now I'm, like, thinking of that, and I'm very aware of, like, what my tongue is doing as I'm talking. Oh, Bess has found the one she thinks is the one, but the other person Avery mentioned is the one. She will realize that later on. And meanwhile, poor Joe is just getting his heart broken all over again after what happened with Ned. I cannot believe it. Yes, I'm adding my headcanon that Frank and Nancy are together in this book, because we've already had Nancy's inner monologue about how she likes Frank but doesn't want to admit it. Minutes later, the five of them were trotting down the front steps of the Met and into the dark twilight. Jean-Claude and Bess, holding hands, took steps 2 at a time. Nancy saw Jean-Claude's limo parked against the curb under a streetlight. It was squeezed between an economy car and a dark gray van. Oh, so they parked somebody in, those assholes. A street vendor just in front of the van was calling out, "Chestnuts, hot! Here's your chestnuts." Ooh, Bess said, those smell good and warm. Has anybody actually had chestnuts? I've never eaten a chestnut. I think I'm allergic to them, but still. I feel sick to my stomach all of a sudden. I think I'm sick. Oh no, Patrick, go lay down. That sucks. I hope you feel better soon. Jean-Claude stopped short. Your every wish is my command, he said, reaching into his pocket. He walked away from the others to the vendor and said, 5 bags of your biggest, hottest chestnuts. Keep the change. He held out a $20 bill. Sure, buddy, the vendor said. He pocketed the money. As Jean-Claude reached out for the first bag, the vendor grabbed his wrist and wrenched it sideways so that Jean-Claude stumbled and lost his balance. What's going on? Jean-Claude said. Just want to make sure I gave you the right bag. With a strong yank, he pulled on Jean-Claude around the back of the cart. Unable to turn around and face his attacker, Jean-Claude kicked behind him, smashing his heel into the vendor's kneecap. The man cursed, but didn't lose his hold. He'd had I love when kids' books, or like books like this written for at least teenagers, say that a person cursed but won't tell us what they curse. I've had water chestnuts, don't really like them. Hey, Anton. Interesting. I think they're a tree nut, right? I think. Unless I'm very uninformed on what chestnuts are, which means I couldn't eat them if I wanted to, but like, everybody talks about chestnuts this time of year, and I'm always confused. Ow, that was my knee. That was my knee. Ooh, that's gonna be a bruise. Oof. I don't think so. I'm probably very wrong. To be fair, Adriel, I'm probably very incorrect. Ooh, that hurt. You know when you when you hurt yourself and you're just like, trying to play that off like it didn't hurt as bad as it did. It did. It really hurt. So the pain is subsiding a little bit now. Man cursed but didn't loosen his hold. He'd had the advantage of surprise, and he'd managed to get Jean-Claude so firmly that the prince couldn't free himself. Frank looked over, saw what was happening, and ran toward the cart. Joe and Nancy followed close behind. At the same time, a man in a black mask jumped out of the back of the van. "Stay back," he shouted, and pointed a revolver straight at Frank. Frank froze. "Frank!" The two men dragged Jean-Claude, kicking and struggling, toward the van. "Take your hands off me," Jean-Claude shouted. "I'll get the entire UN after you." "Save it." With a vicious shove, the masked man pushed Jean-Claude into the back. The vendor raced around the driver's seat. "Help him!" Bess screamed. "Somebody help him!" But there was nothing anyone could do, not while the masked man was pointing the gun right at them. He climbed in and slammed the door, his gun still leveled at Frank. With an ugly shriek of its tires, the van sped away. "Jean-Claude!" Bess cried out, her face white in the artificial glow from the streetlight. All four of them stood open-mouthed as the van disappeared. They caught a glimpse of Jean-Claude banging desperately on the rear window, his face twisted with the realization that he was helpless. Chapter 6. Oh boy. I think I'm going to throw up. Go lay down. I hope you're okay. Yeah, Patrick, I really hope you're okay. Like, the whole flu and cold flu, RSV, like, this, like, flu season has been absolute hell. And COVID's still going around. Hope you feel better. Please take care, Patrick. Yeah, please take care of yourself. Water chestnuts aren't nuts. Oh, they're part of a root. Oh, okay. It's good because I like them and I can't have nuts. Okay, that's good. I can have peanuts, but I'm allergic to tree nuts, and I never really knew what chestnuts were. I've never had the occasion to try them either, though. Yeah, feel better, Patrick. Please don't feel bad about getting offline. Just look after yourself. If you want a distraction from the sickness, we're obviously here, but, you know, feel free to do what you gotta do. So everybody, hi. It is 9:38. We are reading Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys Super Mystery Crime for Christmas. I think this is the second book in the series. We also still have our Project Hope thing up since it ends on the 24th. And yeah, we're just chilling and reading. The Crown Prince guy that I don't trust at all just got kidnapped, so I can't afford to be sick. I have a full-time... I know that feeling. I'm sorry. When I got sick, the first thing I thought and audibly said was, I don't have time for this, and my mom was like, that's when you know you need a vacation from work. I'm like, as if people can take... As if we can take vacations. No, I could, and I probably should. I work freelance, but work is... I think everybody understands the grind of, like, oh god, work is gonna pile up when I take time off. So anyway, my tea is cold, but it's still good. Drink fluids, Patrick. Well, everybody drink fluids, but especially if you're sick, drink fluids. Let's just keep going. I'm going to read... This obviously will be obviously we're not going to read this whole book tonight. This is about 200 pages. It's similar in length to Star Trek Corona, but widely better so far. So we'll probably read the first 100 pages-ish and save the other half for tomorrow night, most likely. It's usually what we do with books this size. Chapter 6. Quick, the limo, Nancy cried out. She, Frank, Joe, and Bess all raced to Jean-Claude's limousine. Nancy glanced down at Fifth Avenue, hoping to see the van tied up in traffic, but as she looked, the van swerved to the right and leapt onto the curb and plowed down the sidewalk, scattering pedestrians to either side of it. The limo driver was sound asleep, his head lolling back against the seat. Joe pushed him aside and hopped in, grabbing the steering wheel. Huh? Hey, what's going on? The driver mumbled, straightening up. He struggled to push Joe out of the car as Nancy, Bess, and Frank slid into the back seat. Suddenly, a passenger door swung open and a hand grabbed the driver's shoulder. Let go of him, Francois? Francois. I'm gonna go with Francois. Let go of him, Francois, Count Renaud cried out, and he climbed into the front seat. I saw what happened, he turned to Joe. Perhaps now you see why the prince requires a chaperone and bodyguard, he said icily. Joe gunned the accelerator, and the limo screeched off. I saw them go right at the light. Wait, so is the limo driver just sitting in between them on the front seat, or did they just kick him out in Central Park? I saw them go right at the light, Nancy said, pointing as Joe turned the limo sharply. Nancy was jerked to the left and sent sprawling across the seat into Frank's lap. Sorry, she said quickly. Aha, of course yeah, she's not actually that sorry. Sitting up. On either side of the car, barren trees whizzed by, lit up by the old-fashioned black iron streetlights. They must be in Central Park, Nancy realized. She grabbed onto the door handrest as the limo veered left then right. Watch out for those joggers, Bess screamed. Directly ahead of them, a group of 4 people with Dayglow tape on their running suits. Was that a product placement? Dayglow's a brand, I believe. On their running suits was trotting slowly down a hill. Hearing a car approach rapidly, they looked back over their shoulders. Panic shot into their eyes. One of them ducked to the right, one to the left, and the other 2 froze, caught in the beams of the headlights. Are you fight, freeze, or flight, guys? I'm definitely freeze. I've noticed this about myself, and it's the least helpful out of all the responses. Honk! Nancy lurched forward as Joe blasted the horn and slammed on the brake. At the last moment, the 2 joggers in the center dove for the side of the road. They have no idea. They think it's just some swanky rich person almost about to kill them. As Joe plowed past, they could see the foursome mouthing complaints, but they heard nothing with the windows rolled up. Joe wiped at his forehead with his left hand and steered with the right as he wove in and out of traffic in the next couple of minutes. There's the van up ahead, Nancy cried. The taillights of the van, like 2 glowing eyes, sped out of sight around a sharp bend just ahead. Hang on, Joe said through gritted teeth, blasting the horn. The limo practically lifted off the ground as it hugged the curves and avoided the others' cars. Please, this car is not meant to be driven like this, the chauffeur yelled. Okay, the chauffeur is still in the car with them, trying to grab the steering wheel. Stop that at once, Francois. Stop that at once, Francois. Why does that sound funny? Avery, honk. I don't know how else to... I don't have a honking sound on the soundboard. Maybe I should. Honk. Are you planning to do bookmark merch? Not that I mind looking at myself in these streams. Sorry. I mean, I have another bookmark if this is stressing you out. We can put it over here. I like this card though. I should look into it. I'm setting up a shop with Bonfire because it's good for like me who's never had a merch store, because I get to basically just upload designs and then not have to worry about like buying stock. It's just like when somebody buys something, like it'll be printed and everything and ship on demand. So I can basically just upload any images I want. I don't know if they do bookmarks though. I'll have to see if they do. I know they do all kinds of apparel. I have a lot of like t-shirts and hoodies and print on demand. Yeah, it's a print on demand. I might be able to do bookmarks on Printify. Redbubble. Redbubble is really shady with stealing art from other people. I don't know if I should use Redbubble until they get their stuff figured out, but Teespring also. Yeah. Yeah, Teespring is another option. I've uploaded a couple designs on the Bonfire, but again, there's no like, you don't have to pay for it, so I could always like switch, you know, just figure out what works. But yeah, that's definitely a good idea. And then obviously print the Perry calendars are happening on Printify. Anton, I was showing them the prototype of the 1st of January month for the Perry calendar. Very quickly, I will get back to the game or the book in just a second. Sorry to everybody who's like, I just want to hear the book, guys, please. But this is the Perry calendar. This is what we're working with so far. This is the template. We have a picture of Perry. We have the month. We have this 80s, 90s kind of style going on. It'll be different patterns of this type of style for every month. And then there's a Perry quote down here and a movie of the month. And the movie of the month for January is Teenagers from Outer Space. Feeling a little better. That's good. Sometimes, like, I get panic attacks really bad, so sometimes I just get these waves of just feeling nauseous out of nowhere, and then they just go away. Whoop, nope, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Alright, let's keep reading. Well, we're back on small screen. Damn it. Desk cam. Same. Yeah, sometimes it is that, and it's like, well, I'm glad that I'm not coming down with the flu and I'll be out of commission for days, but also, why, brain? I don't know why. Stop that at once, Francois is just hilarious. I think I'm hungry again. Well, that's a good sign. Count Raynaud commanded, yanking the man's hands away from Joe. As Raynaud looked forward again, Nancy noticed that the corners of his lips turned up into a tiny smile. For the first time they'd met him, the Count actually looked as if he was enjoying himself. Why, Nancy wondered. The two cars twisted snake-like around the other cars, first around the north side of Central Park and then down the west side. They passed a small frozen lake and some tennis courts. I wonder if this writer went to New York to do research. You know? Or if they just did extensive online search, or if they're from New York, maybe. They passed a small frozen lake and some tennis courts. We're gaining on them, Bess yelled over the blare of the horn. Joe began pulling the limo to the left as both cars ran a red light. They were the only two vehicles on the road now. Nancy knew he was going to try to drive beside the van and force it over. Come on, you 2-ton bucket of bolts, Joe said as the front of the limo began to pass the rear of the van. Nancy held her breath. In seconds, they would be beside the van. She craned her neck to see if she could spot Jean-Claude through the side window, but the interior was much too dark. I like how both the Hardy Boys not only have their own personalities that are very unique, but they also have their own strengths. Frank is definitely the brains, like, he's definitely the puzzle guy, but Joe is the one that absolutely will get into a high-speed chase and not blink an eye. And we love that for him. Screech! With a bone-jarring... Do you guys like my sound effects? With a bone-jarring jolt, Nancy, Bess, and Frank found themselves hurtling against the front seat. Nancy's eyes darted up from through the windshield. She could see two riders leading their horses across the road toward the bridle path on the other side. Sorry. The words are hard. The riders dropped the reins and jumped onto the side of the road. The horses! Move the horses! Joe shouted frantically, as if the riders could hear him. But the big, lumbering animals just stood there, paralyzed by the headlights and noise. Nancy felt her stomach jump into her throat. The limo fishtailed along the road, passing the van, with its tires squealing. The horses were only a few feet away now. Bess let out an ear-splitting shriek. And suddenly, the car slammed to a dead standstill as if it had hit something. Did we kill them? Bess asked in a tiny voice. She had been thrown to the floor and was cowering there now, her hands in front of her eyes. Nancy looked up. Directly in front of the car. Did they hit the horse? I'm so confused. Oh no. Directly in front of them was the broad, dark brown flank of a quarter horse. The horse threw back its head and whinnied, then trotted calmly to its rider, alive and untouched. Way to go, Joe, Frank said softly. You did it, Bess gasped. Oh, my heart, the Count Raynaud said, clutching his heart. My car, moaned Francois. Frank rolled down the window. The van had left the road 15 feet farther back and was resting atop a knoll. He didn't see Jean-Claude or his kidnappers. "Where do you think you are? The Indy 500?" cried one of the riders from the outside of the car. Hey, what are you doing with those horses?" Frank didn't realize he'd opened his door until he was out on the road. Nancy, Joe, and Bess right behind him. The chestnut vendor had run up and scrambled onto one of the horses, and the masked man was now trying to force Jean-Claude up onto the other horse. Nancy, Frank, Joe, and Bess rushed Jean-Claude, forcing him onto a horse, huh? "Hey, Hale, welcome." No, not the horse. I know we're all like, not the horse. Since I'm a guy, go get some protein. Go eat something. This is where my mom friend comes out. He was forcing Jean-Claude up onto the other horse. Okay, Nancy, Frank, Joe, and Bess rushed Jean-Claude. The kidnapper suddenly looked up, and instantly the masked man drew his revolver. He fired a single warning shot over their heads. "Get down!" Frank shouted. The four of them hit the hard-packed earth as the riderless horse reared off the ground, yanking the reins from his hands and of the masked kidnapper. From the hands of the masked kidnapper. Wow, that was not what it said, but I tried. I want Sonic. Go get Sonic! Cursing, the masked man struggled with his horse, and in the confusion, Jean-Claude broke away from the kidnappers. "Forget it," the vendor shouted. "Let's get out of here." The masked kidnapper clumsily mounted the horse. Then, with a swift kick, he set the horse in motion, and the two men galloped off beside the oncoming traffic. They horse-napped the horses. They kidnapped the horses, guys. Nancy and Bess went straight for Jean-Claude, and Frank and Joe dashed off in pursuit of the kidnappers. "You poor thing," Bess said, stroking Jean-Claude's hair. "Are you all right?" Is he all right?" a voice barked before Jean-Claude could answer. "What about us?" Nancy and Bess looked up to see the two riders, their faces lit up by the slowly moving cars, glowering down at them. One of them was hysterically pointing a finger in the direction the kidnappers had gone. "Do you know how much it costs to rent those horses?" she shrieked. "I hope your friends intend to reimburse us." They don't even care about the well-being of the horses? Screw them. Nancy and Bess silently looked at each other, and then back to the riders. They'd managed to rescue Jean-Claude, but it was clear that their problems were far from over. "Hey, Chris, how you doing?" "Horse-snapped." Yes, they horse-snapped the horses. We're reading Nancy Drew Hardy Boy's super mystery, Crime for Christmas. It's been pretty fun so far. Doing okay. Okay, I hope you had a good holiday, or are having a good holiday season. Where am I looking? Here's my live stream tab. There we go. All right. Like your Ghostface hoodie. Thank you. It says, "No, you hang up first." I got it on Cyber Monday. Doing better about drinking fluids tonight, guys. That's good, at least. Oh boy. I guess this is supposed to be late 80s pop music. I don't even know how you're supposed to pronounce this. Oh, 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 oh. Party till you drop. Music blared through the loudspeakers as a waitress slapped down a basket of tortilla chips and a bowl of guacamole on the table. Ooh, guacamole is so good. Count Reynard shook his head. "Party till you drop," he repeated in disgust. Jean-Claude let out a hearty laugh. "Loosen up, cousin. This is a celebration. You didn't lose me to kidnappers, after all." The prince had insisted on bringing Nancy, Frank, Bess, and Joe to his favorite Mexican restaurant, a huge cavern-like place on the Upper East Side, after they'd made sure he was all right. Count Reynard and the prince's... Reynard. I think I've said that guy's name wrong every single time I've talked about him. And the prince's bodyguards had come along too. Bess beamed at Jean-Claude now. I can't believe how calm you are. Jean-Claude would have a lot in common with the president's daughter from My Date with the President's Daughter. Oh, oh, oh. that's early 2000s. That's boy band territory. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, it is very 2012 Katy Perry, isn't it? Bess beamed at Jean-Claude now. I can't believe how calm you are. Really, Nancy said. You recovered so quickly, and you did a great job of calming down those riders. Jean-Claude chuckled. Well, it was the least I could do. Frank and Joe had the difficult job bringing back the horses. Frank nodded. I only wish we'd gotten those guys, but they took off through the woods on foot. Okay, they got the horses back, guys. They saved the horses. 80s New Kids on the Block. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I completely got New Kids on the Block mixed up with, like, the wave of 90s, 2000s. You are completely right. That is a New Kids song. My mother would be so... Sounds like Big Time Rush, yeah. The Education Connection commercial was the jam of 2010, yes. Whoa, oh, oh. The right stuff, yeah. Sorry, New Kids on the Block, for suggesting that you were not 80s. Okay, they saved the horses. Frank and Joe saved the horses. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. The van was totally unmarked. No license, nothing. Of absolutely no use. Well, you did a great job rescuing me, Jean-Claude said, which brings me to the question I want to ask you. He placed his forehead on the table and gazed at Frank and Joe and Nancy. His face had grown serious. It's obvious that you are true professionals with brains and cunning. It's also obvious that I'm in danger and need more protection than my bodyguards can offer. I mean, or just don't ditch your bodyguard, dude. He ditches his bodyguards and he's like, oh, my bodyguards can't give me enough protection. Video killed the radio star. He glanced at Count Reynaud, who had raised his eyebrows practically to his hairline. Now, I propose that you act as my personal bodyguards while I'm in New York. Never, Count Reynaud exclaimed. Joe raised one of his hands, palm out. Hate to burst your bubble, Prince, but we're on a case of our own. Hey, new friends, you can be my bodyguards and risk your lives because I ditched my other bodyguards, right? That's a good plan. A case, Jean-Claude asked. Joe and Frank exchanged a look. A tense silence hung in the air. Frank paused for a moment, then let out a deep breath. All right, we'll tell you, he said. You're not the only one who was keeping it a secret. Frank, Nancy, and I are private detectives. We're in New York on a case. Bess is helping us. Jean-Claude's eyes lit up. Detectives, he repeated slowly. That makes sense. You must be after the two thieves whom everyone in the Sarconne embassy is afraid... Embassy is afraid of. Embassy is afraid of. What do they call them? Cat burglars? Right, Joe said. Jean-Claude, I still don't trust Jean-Claude, or his cousin. Jean-Claude appeared to be thinking something over. Then a slow smile spread across his face. He shook his head and let out a low chuckle. This is wonderful. What is? Nancy asked. Well, my offer just may help you as much as it will help me, Jean-Claude's expression became deadly serious again, as he looked from Nancy to Frank to Joe. I believe I can prove that my would-be kidnappers are none other than your cat burglars. That would make sense from an A-plot, B-plot standpoint for this book. I need a tissue. I'll be right back. Jean-Claude Van Damme? No, different one. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Oh, yeah. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, indeed. One of these years, I'm gonna cover, New Kids on the Block did a Christmas special, but I think Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch also has some kind of special that I should cover at some point. Every December, I realize how I could just cover holiday stuff and it could just be its own channel. We'd never run out of it. With Hallmark pumping out, just Hallmark movies alone could and I'm sure is its own channel. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a tissue. I'm back. Everybody thank the chair for taking over for me for a second. There's a Brady Bunch variety hour. There is a Brady Bunch variety hour. Oh, that reminds me. Let me do this real quick. Oh, my mute button. I wanted to mute it. I always mute it so the gross sound of me blowing my nose is not broadcast to everybody, but the mute button has not been re-entered onto the Stream Deck yet. NSYNC's Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays from 1998 is a classic. It is a classic. That is also something that won't happen this year, but it should happen soon. Or should happen at the next possible convenience. I recently watched this Lost special from the 60s of the Munsters at a Florida aquarium. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I need to cover Munsters. I was just watching Munsters with my grandma the other day and being like, man, I've been meaning to cover the Munsters for forever. At your rate of growth and new revenue streams, you absolutely could cover more things in the near future. You absolutely could cover more things in the near future. Things will continue to get covered. Yeah, things will continue to get covered. I'll be home for Christmas with Jonathan Taylor Thomas and Jessica Biel. Yes, for Christmas I got the complete Little Rascal set. Nice. One day Blanky Bill will get into the spotlight for me. I'm going to do it. It'll probably be January before it gets posted, but I promise. I know I said I would do it, and I'm gonna do it. It'll just be, we're just a little bit behind, but at least we've been still we have not had to go on a hiatus or take more than 8 days between main videos, not even counting streams and stuff, which would mean less than that. But like since the beginning of this channel, we have been consistently posting, and we still have a consistent stream of uploads going up, so that's good. Anton Spencer's getting making his way through the kitchen video as we speak, I think. What was I going to do? Right, I was going to share this. Oh, I was watching 16 Leo's video. I'll use a different tab so I remember to go back and finish the 16 Leo video. Hey, that's us. We're streaming. I'm going to find... I have a private... Ooh, guys, we are getting really close to 5,000. That's insane. We just hit 4,000. Excuse me, we gained like 1,000 subscribers just this month. That's never, ever happened. So I have this playlist that is private, and it's just where I keep, like, all the YouTube videos of things that people want me to cover on, just, like, when people find, like, whole things on YouTube. Oh, yes, the chaotic baking video. Chaotic doesn't even begin to describe it. My birthday was good. We had a lot of, storms coming through. We didn't really get any snow at all, but we got a lot of ice and some power outages that really didn't affect us too bad, but we just kind of stayed in and hung out and played games. Proud of your progress, friend. Your content has been much needed. Comfort food. Oh, thank you guys. I really appreciate all of you being here. I was just thinking the other day about when I started posting, and like those first like couple months were like I'd only get like a couple comments a video, and like it's very true when I say I very much was just truly just grateful of every person. I never thought anybody would really care. Like, I, for the longest time, wanted to start a YouTube channel and would always say to my brother, like, I can't, like, who's gonna listen to me talk? Like, what do I possibly have to say that's interesting enough to hear? So I'm very grateful to be here. I'm very grateful. I'm very proud of our community for raising so much money for charity. I'm just really, really proud of the community for just being what it is, because I feel like we have a really chill community where like we're chaos, but like in a fun way. Like I feel like we've missed out on that more like toxic side of the internet so far, and I'd like to keep it that way. But yeah, thank you guys. Found 9 more cookbooks at Dollar Tree, including how to make a summer cocktail. Ooh, you know, the first Blinky Bill movie from the 90s has only 2 voice actors. Ooh, that's interesting. Well, I've been there, but if you're passionate with the discussions, any audience, small or big, is rewarding. Oh, yeah. This 5,000, like, the fact that we're about to hit 5,000 subscribers if you had told me that at the beginning, that we'd be here right now and that I'd be doing as many live streams and all that stuff, like, never would have believed you. Like, I'm very, very proud. That's cool. I like when voice actors are able to be really versatile. Most voice actors can be, because sometimes you get those projects. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys what I'm doing before I get back to the book. Sorry, everybody who's annoyed that I keep getting distracted, but I also like to check in with community while we're doing this. But I'm going to share this collaboration link to, this is where we put all of the full-length things of things that it's like, I found this on YouTube and I think you could cover it. That way, instead of sending it straight to me, you can just dump it right into this, and when I'm, like, getting to that place where I'm like, what do I feel like covering right now? I can just kind of dive into this and figure it out. Just got here. How far are we in? Okay, so real quick, we're just taking a break for 1 second. I was telling people about our, about the, how to send me videos that they want me to cover. We are 64 pages in. We are about to start chapter 7. Welcome, Cassidy. So, by the way, we are, so Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys are trying to stop these cat burglars who are apparently supposed to, they're expected to steal these crown jewels. There's this, you know, the embassy is in New York City from this foreign country, and they're stealing the jewels. So they're trying to figure out who is been stealing all these jewels. They have also met up with, and Bess has fallen very much in like, at least with. She's only known him for 2 days. I don't think you can be in love in 2 days, but this really mysterious and anxiety-inducing guy who's just, like, very carefree shows up in their life, and wouldn't you know it, he is the crown prince, because of course he is. So now somebody has tried to kidnap him, and they think it's the same people that are trying to steal the crown jewels, and so it's all a big thing. Oh, I want to say I'm releasing a story on January 4th from a new fan-made spin-off series I'm writing. Ooh, that's interesting. Got someone to do the narration, so we'll have an audio story of it soon. That's really cool, Toonie. Congratulations. All right, I'm gonna share this on the community tab, this link to collaborate, and hopefully people don't just, like, fill it with a bunch of crap and I have to just get rid of that playlist and start a new one. But if you guys want to, you're more than welcome to dump anything you find on YouTube that you would like me to cover if it's in full, and I can just cover the whole thing on YouTube into this. And I'll scroll through it. Story sounds interesting. I'll have to check out beginning at some point. Yeah. The VODs are always going to be available, so feel free to go back and catch up. Yeah, like South Park, there's only a couple voice actors. Anyway, let's get back to the book. Be warned, people may send shitposts. I know that. If it gets too, like, overcrowded, I've thought about that. I could always just migrate to another playlist, but, you know, I'm always, like, struggling to keep up on everything. And possibly unsavory things in these playlists. I mean, if it's just a YouTube playlist, I mean, it should just be, it's nothing too, well, I shouldn't say that. That sounds like a very naive thing to say. I was gonna say nothing too terribly bad could be on YouTube, but that's not true. I'll figure out how I want to do this. But I do think, like, everybody present here, I'll probably distribute, at least to you guys, this. Paul Indian Kiss, 70s. I'll have to check that out. I can't wait for Avery to totally just, it's the cocktail recipe. That'll be very funny. But yeah, I do want to send this out somehow, because I do want people to be able, people who send me stuff here on YouTube, just to be able to drop links to that. Alright. My knee is gonna have such a bruise. Oh, we got a donation. Hang on. This is exactly why we are still raising money. Or have the ability to raise money. Thank you, Chris Russo. $30. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That is so amazing. This is exactly why we've raised $55 extra just tonight, and that goes so far with what Project Hope does, and so that's why I figured we'd keep up our Project Hope donation links until the 31st when Hope Miss is over, so I think that's really wonderful. Thank you, guys. For anybody watching, if you're watching on a VOD and this is way later, feel free to go check out Project Hope. They do a lot of good. We've raised money for them before. Okay, sorry. I'll get back to the book now. Chapter 7. Went off on a side rant. What? The single word came out of everyone's mouth in a chorus. Jean-Claude sat back, obviously enjoying the attention. I may not be a detective. The way it said came out in a chorus made me think that Nancy, the Hardy Boys, and Bess were all in like a 90s style boy band. I could just TikTok message them to you. That too, I mean, people message me stuff all the time, but I'm always trying to like keep it all separate, and you know, I get a lot of requests, and I just, trying to figure out better ways to organize that, but we'll figure it out. I may not be a detective, he said, but I do know that the Sarconne intelligence has some information about the burglars. There are 2 suspects, one of them older than the other, and that description exactly fits my kidnappers. Joe looked at him blankly. That's it? The whole ball of wax? I mean, that's what we know already. Well, it confirms our source's information, Nancy interjected, but why would burglars kidnap Jean-Claude? This is not their line of work. Sounds like a lot of work, but totally worth it if blended well with the animation. Yes. True, they all said. Jean-Claude thought about it for a moment. Maybe it hadn't been planned. They could have been lurking outside the Met, casing the place. Then they saw me come out without my cousin or bodyguard, and Frank nodded. I guess they could have done it on the spur of the moment. You know, when you're just in a silly, goofy mood and you're like, let's kidnap the Crown Prince. Kidnapping can be very lucrative, Jean-Claude said. Nancy could see that Frank and Joe were mulling it over. I think, what a creepy thing to say in any other circumstance. Kidnapping can be very lucrative, Nancy could see that Frank and Joe were mulling it over. I think we should check it out, guys, she suggested. We don't have too many leads. But how? Frank said, more to himself than the others. How? Like, what's his name? Who got voted off in the most recent episode we covered of Whodunit. Ronnie, when Ronnie was just like, how? Looking at the ceiling. I'm so excited. We're in New York. Let's kidnap a celebrity. I hear Gwyneth Paltrow lives in New York. Jesus Christ. Jules Verne related. I nominate Mysterious Island. I don't think I've done anything Jules Verne related yet. But that reminds me, there is a Journey to the Center of the Earth Wishbone book that I might pick up. You've been a great positive vibe, so I'm happy to pitch in. Thank you, Chris. I'm glad I could be a positive vibe. I appreciate you for being part of the community. Okay, Gwyneth, for legal reasons, that was totally a joke, Gwyneth Paltrow. Sorry. Nancy could see that Frank and Joe were mulling it over. I think we should check it out, guys, she suggested. We don't have too many leads. But how? Frank said, more to himself than the others. After a second, Joe nodded his head, but Nancy could tell from his expression that he wasn't entirely convinced. Good, Jean-Claude said in a mock regal voice. He he intoned. Then the power vested in me by the monarchy of Sarconne. I imagine this is the corny accent that he's doing. I hereby dub you the royal bodyguards. I beg your pardon, Count Reynard broke in, but I believe I have a say in this matter. I would like to talk to you privately, Jean-Claude. He rose from the table and motioned for Jean-Claude's bodyguards to remain where they were, at each of the doors. Excuse us, please, he said to Nancy and her friends. Renaud turned and walked stiffly across the restaurant, his shoulders pulled back square and his chin up. Jean-Claude shrugged. I'd better see what he wants, he said. Nancy watched as Jean-Claude trailed Renaud across the restaurant and then disappeared behind an enormous Christmas tree, which blocked the front entrance from Nancy's table. Are they going outside? Bess said. They'll freeze. Nancy craned her neck, but she couldn't see. Quite abruptly, she stood up. I'll be right back, she said decisively. Where are you going? Joe asked. I want to hear what they're saying, Nancy replied quietly. She's like, where do you think I'm going? I'm spying on the Crown Prince and his cousin, who hates us. Bess looked a little shocked. Don't you think that's kind of improper? Nancy finished for her. No, just professional. If we're part of this case, we need to know what's going on, and I don't trust the Count to tell us. Good thinking, Nancy. Nancy snaked her way back between the tables toward the front entrance just before the Christmas tree. She stopped at the coat rack, unhooked Count Reynard's coat and Jean-Claude's jacket, and folded them over her arm. If anyone asked, she could pretend that she'd followed them to bring them their coats. She'd had just started to walk around the tree when the sound of voices stopped her. This can only please my parents. They'll be perfect bodyguards. It was Jean-Claude. Nancy froze. He and Renaud hadn't gone outside. They had stopped in a small area between the tree and the front vestibule. What's happening? If I go to New York, I want to see the Drew Barrymore show. Ooh. Platypus Shifty. Shifty the Dingo? That sounds like the most hilarious character ever. Nancy backed away and held up a finger to Frank. She gestured with her chin to show him where Jean-Claude and his cousin were. Then she crept closer into the sheltering branches. Oh, Frank is here? Somehow I missed that Frank had followed her. Of course he did. He loves Nancy so much. Where Jean-Claude and his cousin were. Then she crept closer into the sheltering branches of the tree, hoping no one would pay attention to her. Jean-Claude was still speaking. Besides, he continued, I won't feel the need to escape from you. You may joke all you like, but Jean-Claude, you have to understand how humiliating it is for me to have you reach outside the accepted sources of our security. Besides, these acquaintances of yours are what, Cousin Renaud? Jean-Claude said flatly, as if he knew exactly what Renaud was about to say. All right, I'll say it. They're common, overeager Americans with their own interests at heart. Don't you see I have your interests at heart? And need I spell out for you the motives of people like that fortune huntress, what's her name, Beth Melvin? Nancy recoiled inwardly. How dare he accuse Bess of pursuing Jean-Claude for his money? When Jean-Claude spoke, his voice was taut with anger. It's Bess, Cousin Renaud, Bess Marvin, and for your information, those quote, common Americans happen to be the only people I've met here worth spending time with. They're the only people who look at me for who I am, who see me as a person, not a title. Obviously, that doesn't mean much to you. Nancy knew Count Renaud was smoldering as he answered. As you wish, then. I shall say no more about it. Nancy turned and threw the coats back onto the hooks and rushed to her chair. What did they say? Bess asked as Nancy sat down. Never mind, Nancy said. They're coming. And I don't see how anyone could wear a skirt that length, she said brightly to Bess, as if they'd been discussing fashion the whole time Jean-Claude and his cousin were away. She's like, quick, we need a cover. Let's pretend to be judgy about other people's fashion. Yes, I got your Van Gogh postcard. Thank you so much. No, it's such a pretty postcard. I love getting postcard. I love getting mail in period, but it was such a pretty one. The ire of the wood industry. I just saw chat go by and I just saw the ire of the wood industry. Cousin were away. When they returned to the table, Reynard stood behind his chair and said in a voice as icy as the air outside, "The prince and I have agreed you shall be his bodyguards, effective immediately." Bess clapped her hands. "I think this calls for a celebration. How about a round of desserts?" "Why not?" Reynard said. "You're not paying for it." His comment hung in the air as if a gray cloud had moved in. Oof. Or maybe not, Bess quickly added, looking embarrassed. "They're a little expensive, I think." Jean-Claude laughed. "Please don't be silly." "Yes, there'll be plenty of money left over for the diamonds and furs," Reynard murmured just loud enough for everyone to hear. The silence at the table was broken only by an occasional request and a few nervous, unhappy sighs from Bess. Poor Bess. She's being bullied by a snobby old guy. Yeah, Phantom announced that it was closing, but they're running through the next season, I think. I don't think it would. I think if they have tickets, it surely wouldn't close before then. I think they'll be fine. So what did you need me to DM you about the art? Just let me know what your rates are for commissioning art for like commissioned art for I've never commissioned art for merch, but yeah, I just wanted to just let me know what your rates are, what your what kind of stuff you're willing to do. Yeah. I need somebody to do a few I think your art would be perfect for doing a few potential things for Perry art. And then also I also need the Texorcist art done. So yeah, just message me. I'll talk to you about it. And yeah, hopefully we can get some stuff done. Yeah, they'll be open for a little while. But you might see one of the last performances, which is kind of cool all in itself. Let's see. Nancy slammed down the phone. "I don't know how he does it, but now's not the time." She sprang up from the desk in her room. "What was that about?" Frank asked, looking up from the notes they had been studying. "That was Jean-Claude. He wanted to know where Bess was. I told him she's on surveillance duty in the lobby. He said, 'Fine, I'll pick her up there.'" She went to the door and yanked it open. "We better go and stop him." Frank followed her out to the elevator. "Well, he won't get past Joe. Don't forget we're stationed him in Jean-Claude's hallway." "I won't be too sure. He did get past Reynard and 3 or 4 bodyguards." Sorry. Allergies are very bad, apparently. I have no idea how, because everything is dead outside. I do have indoor allergies, though. Super gross, I know. Sorry. Going back to reading. But Nancy, you're underestimating how jealous Joe is right now of Bess. I forgot that Joe. Well, no, because Joe also has a thing for Bess, like in the '70s show when they did like the crossover that we covered a while back. When they arrived in the lobby, Nancy noticed Joe. She was about to call him when a voice from the balcony, a girl's voice with a British accent, stopped her short. "Where's your camera?" Joe looked up. "Oh, hi," he answered enthusiastically. Leaning over the balcony, wrapped with pine garlands and gold ribbons, was Fiona Fox, the girl Joe had photographed. Next to her was a distinguished-looking gray-haired man in tweeds. You want to join Dad and me for hot chocolate?" Fiona asked Joe. The accent is coming and going. I'm just going with it. Joe spotted Frank and Nancy, mouthed, "Just a minute," and then hurried to the stairs. "I'll talk to him about this later," Frank said. "Let's find..." Just then, Count Reynard rushed out to the elevator and up to them. "Where is he?" he demanded furiously. We were about to ask you that, Nancy said. Didn't you see him leave? It would just have been a few minutes ago. When I just went in to check on him, I found clothes stuffed under his sheet. He has sneaked out again, past all of you. Excuse me a second, Nancy, interrupted Jo, was signaling to her from the bottom of the stairs. She walked over to him, leaving Frank and the Count alone. We thought we'd lost you, she said to Jo. You mean to the foxes? I just told them I'd see them later, Jo said. I wouldn't walk off. He pointed to a sofa in a secluded niche of the lobby. Look over there, you'll see why. With Nancy following, Jo waltzed over to the sofa, hands on his hips, and asked, Private enough back here? Jean-Claude and Bess looked up sheepishly from the corner of the sofa where they'd been cuddling. Ugh. So not weird to be cuddling, but just they're in the lobby. They're in the lobby. Feel better soon. I'm not sick, luckily. It's just allergies are always bad. I have really bad indoor allergies too, so I just never catch a seasonal break from allergies. Nancy Drew in the 70s crossover. Oh, yeah. So if you don't know, there's the Hardy Boys Nancy Drew show from the 70s. I think they only got like 2 or 3 seasons, but we've covered a few episodes. I used to cover it a lot more frequently on the channel. I haven't done it in a while, but I should do new ones. My lips have been dry. Yeah, my lips are really, really dry. I've done a few episodes. They have their own playlist, I think. You can go back and watch them, Cassidy. I need to do some more, but yeah, we covered the pilot episode, which was a Hardy Boys episode, then the next episode, which was the Nancy Drew episode, and then we covered the 2-part, so 2 more episode specials in back-to-back videos about the time where it's Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys solving a vampire Scooby-Doo-esque mystery. Some books you might want to get rid of. Oh, nice. I need to make like a fake like commercial or PSA for Avery's Home for Misfit Books and play it like we did the Folded Crane commercial in a video sometime. Jo, it's not what it looks like, Bess said hastily. Jean-Claude wanted to help me figure out who the cat burglars could be. Uh-huh. I was getting cabin fever in my room, you see, Jean-Claude added. So you climbed out the window and called my room from a payphone? Nancy said, finishing a sentence. Jean-Claude smiled. You are a detective. He stood with Bess beside him. And you figured out the most logical place where suspects would be behind a couch. Place for suspects. Wait. And you figured out the most logical place for suspects would be behind a couch, Jo said wryly. Well, actually, Bess said, when we saw Count Renaud storm off the elevator, we ducked behind the couch. Just then, Renaud's voice echoed through the lobby. There you are, he marched toward Jean-Claude. His shoulders hunched. Frank followed closely behind. Hello, Cousin Renaud, Jean-Claude said calmly. Hello, Cousin Renaud, the Count mimicked, acidly. Hello, Cousin Renaud. I like to think that he's like, Cousin Renaud. I believe I am owed an explanation, Jean-Claude. You've alienated not only me, but also your friend Frank and his girlfriend. Aha! Even he sees the chemistry. Girlfriend. Nancy was taken aback for a moment, but she knew now wasn't the time to correct Renaud. Of course not. We don't want to correct what's obviously true. You will have the explanation you want, Jean-Claude said. I realized that Bess was Renaud threw out his hand, cutting him off. I prefer to talk to you upstairs in private. Jean-Claude laughed. Oh, please, Renaud. I only wanted to speak with Bess. Must we retire to the tomb? Young man, Renaud said through tightly clenched teeth, you may think of me as old and stuffy, but there are some things that experience teaches, like the value of privacy, and as you can guess, I'm not only talking about our conflict. He was becoming redder and redder. I'm talking about your public display of affection with this. He stared at Bess, his face twisted into an expression of sheer disgust. This lower-class gold digger. Now I'm angry. Now I'm about to take my earrings off and fight somebody. Fight this guy specifically. Don't forget I wrote a script for one. Yes. Send me photos of Perry so I can do practice sketches. Copy you. I will do that. Actually, I'll do that when we hit the a breaking point in the middle of chapters, Toonie. Lower class gold digger, how dare you? Bess shrank back in shock, and Jean-Claude's mouth dropped open. His voice vibrated with fury when he finally did speak. I don't believe you said that, Cousin Reynard. It certainly wasn't a very private way to express your opinion, was it? He jumped to his feet. I thought he was already on his feet. Didn't it say he stood with Bess beside him? Anyway. He jumped to his feet and took a step toward Reynard, his eyes dark with rage. In fact, not only was it public, it was rude, to Bess and to me. I demand a written apology, with a copy to my parents. Ooh! At first, Nancy thought Reynard would roar in anger at Jean-Claude, but instead, he just stared at the prince, his face softening more and more. Finally, he looked indecisive and took a step backward. I do apologize, Jean-Claude, to you and to Miss Marvin. Of course I didn't mean what I said. He looked so contrite that Nancy almost felt sorry for him. Let me make it up to you. Well, Jean-Claude said, by now you should know there's only one thing that would make Bess and me happy. Yes, Reynard asked. A night on the town without you. How am I supposed to read this, chat? Do you see this first line right here? We are. The lead guitarist did a split in the air after landing. Oh, is it like we are? I don't know. Channel my best like Jack Black in School of Rock. The lead guitarist did a split in the air. After landing, he fell on his back, writhing and kicking, but this neither interrupted his playing nor caused his spiky hair to move an inch. This is very much his 88. I'm having flashbacks to the day my kid went goth. Or the day my kid went punk. Sorry, goth hadn't been a movement yet. As Nancy and Frank sipped their soft drinks, they watched Joe dance with a raven-haired girl he'd just met. Above him, 3 girls in black leather outfits were singing backup vocals from a huge steel cage. Beside the far wall, Jean-Claude and Bess were gazing into each other's eyes and smiling as they swayed to the beat, not even bothering to dance. 4 black doors behind Jean-Claude and Bess were labeled Tunnels 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a large hand-painted sign above the doors said Underground, maximum age 19, in jagged black letters. I wonder where those tunnels go, Nancy mused. A couple to storage rooms, Frank said. The others lead to the sidewalk. The doors used to be hidden. Nancy gave him a skeptical look. How do you know all this? I read about this place in a guidebook, Frank said. During Prohibition, there was a speakeasy down here. The shop owner on the first floor used to let people in through a trapdoor. Illegal booze was concealed in the hidden storage rooms, and if the place was raided, people escaped through the tunnels. Now the tunnels are just fancy fire exits. I'm impressed, Nancy said. When Frank smiled at her, the subdued lighting softened the sharp angles of his handsome face. I'm living. You should be, he replied. Now that you're my girlfriend, I have to do things to impress you. Nancy looked at him blankly. It sounded as if he was joking, but why would he say something like... Frank caught her confused glance. Reynard's comment in the lobby, he said, reminding her. Remember? He referred to you as my girlfriend? He laughed and shook his head. Oh, right, Nancy said softly. Suddenly her throat felt as if it were coated with cotton. Imagine that. You and me, she meant to laugh it off, but the remark came out sounding wistful. Of course it did. Avery, misfiring, how are you? We're reading a Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys book that takes place at Christmas time in New York City. There's a radio. Yes. Hang on. Let me show you real quick. So my mom gave me this for Christmas. It's a little Bluetooth speaker that looks like an old-timey radio. Because she knows I love to listen to, like, either old-timey jazz and or I listen to a lot of late horror shows. So, if you're watching this, do you know of late horror show? I'm going to be listening to a lot of your stuff on this. So excited you got the vampire one. The werewolf one? Oh, the vampires don't wear polka dots one. Yes, we also got that one. Very excited for that. Yay, yes, I was so excited when I opened it yesterday. I mean, I know it's the 27th, where you are probably by this time, but it's still 10:30 on the 26th, so yesterday was still Christmas. Came out sounding wistful. We have Francie lore. Great, Nancy, she thought. Make a total fool of both of us. Make him feel obligated to talk about his girlfriend, Callie Shaw. Oh, yeah, Callie Shaw is a whole other thing. Frank has this on-again, off-again girlfriend that he does not care about even a little bit. Which will make you obligated to talk about Ned. But Frank looked back at her with a warm smile. He didn't appear to be embarrassed. Yeah, imagine, he said gently, his brown eyes. Oh, it's killing me, guys. Shining. He gazed at Nancy for minutes, trying to come up with the perfect way to phrase something. Nancy couldn't help but look away. She thought he might see her blush. Nancy, Frank said quietly and urgently. Yes, what, Frank? He started up from his chair. 4 guys in ski masks just came in. Nancy turned toward him, puzzled. Well, it's supposed to get really cold tonight. Frank continued, his voice tense. These guys just came in through one of the tunnels behind Bess and Jean-Claude. Nancy whirled around. How dare you interrupt our Francie moment? These are the worst. These guys are the worst criminals we've ever seen. Nancy whirled around. 2 of the men were standing against the wall by the exit door. The other 2 were walking around. They seemed to be doing nothing besides lazily checking out the club, staring at the signs and bouncing a little to the music. Suddenly, Jean-Claude leaned down and whispered something to Bess. Bess nodded and looked around, and the 2 of them started walking toward the main exit. They never got there. With silent efficiency, 2 of the masked men grabbed Bess from behind. Her eyes widened in shock, but she didn't have time to scream as they pulled her toward the wall. Oh no. Then all 3 of them melted into the darkness of the underground tunnel behind door number 3. Poor Bess has been kidnapped so many times. And what were those teen books I sent you about the high school girls? Oh, what were those? Yeah. Those teen books I sent you about the high school girls. Do you mean the... Wait. I'm trying to remember what those were. I'll have to look again. My brother came in. I started saying this like hours ago, and then I think I got distracted. But I was just talking about how my brother came in and was like, wow, look at all the books you've collected. Like, all the books you've collected for stream. And he was just very impressed. Yeah, I need to do Herbie movie. Yeah. Still working towards, Gremlins is still gonna happen. That's gonna be a January post. Because it's less dependent on it actually being Christmas, but you know. Not familiar with Late Late Horror Show, but I used to listen to last podcast on the left. Yeah, Late Horror Show is here on YouTube. They just, they do these 12-hour streams so that they last all night, and then obviously the VODs are available, so you can go back and watch whichever one's in their catalog, and they have a lot of ones. They catalog old-timey radio shows, of all different genres, not just horror. And they put them in these long streams so that people can listen to them, fall asleep to them, work to them, all those kind of things. And it's just really nice. It's cozy. You might have to do the Goodreads request again. I don't think the old mystery book I sent you was on there. They still haven't uploaded Star Kid, and by the way, I'm salty because so far I passed my Goodreads test and sent in an application, and it has not been accepted nor rejected. It is just sitting there in limbo because nobody's checking it, and I'm just like, guys, let me be a librarian. Let me do it. Yep, Lindsay Lohan was in the Herbie movie. One of them, the remake one. Lindsay Lohan, a lot of her career early on was built on making remakes of things that people liked better than the original. Tell me where I can buy that. Oh, this? I'll have to ask my mom. I think she just got it on Amazon, if you're talking about this radio. Because I actually had this in my cart for the longest time and never actually bought it because I was like, I don't actually need it. And then I guess she bought it for me because she knew I wanted it. So, All American 5 was a standard in the 1930s. Many bookshelf radios used a similar form factor, is what my brain went to first. Yeah, I think it's based off of that. Was that a quintessential radio show from... Yeah, I think it's based off that model of radio. But her grandma dies. Maybe one where it's supposed to be this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. I'm blanking. I'm just thinking of Babysitter's Club. I'll look back through it. Ask anybody for animation. Check it out later. Yeah, if you're into like stuff like that, it's really fun. Avery the Librarian in Limbo. Librarian in Limbo would be a great name for a band. I sent you those books and I can't remember what they're called. I can picture the cover of it. I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember what the name is. I'll have to check and get back to you. A small kangaroo, that's who. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna send these to some Perry pictures to Toonie. I'm just grabbing a few. There's so many. We have so many pictures of Perry is what I learned. I was like, hey, everybody, send me the pictures you have of Perry. And I'm just inundated with pictures of Perry. There's so many of them. So many pictures of Perry. Where are the ones that I wanted to send? The ones were like, there we go. That's the one I wanted. And Toonie, if you're listening to this, you know, any like anything that you, yeah, I think it would be really cool to see Perry. Oh, 0 battery remaining. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna read chat over here now. We haven't really made any designs for Perry merch or anything yet, so I'm definitely interested to see what you come up with. We're definitely like, I think like some stuff with like Perry, let's say going about her life almost like a cartoon character that like, I don't know, maybe there's one where she's sitting at the desk instead of me, maybe there's whatever. I'm just excited to see what you come up with. Also, the Babysitter's Club books after 1997 were published as Babysitter's Club Friends Forever. Weird. That is weird. I saw some of those when I was in Postman's Books, which is this little bookstore that I found at Pont City Market that I really like. I found this beautiful copy of Little Women to give my grandmother for Christmas. It was great. All right. So Bess has been kidnapped. I'll see what I can think of. Looking at the dream. Gary, but it's Perry. Nice. I'll draw that too. Yeah, just let me know what you come up with. Let me know, you know, rates and what you think all that is worth and stuff like that. And just get back to me when you can. No rush. We're not under any kind of deadline to launch. 90s and Friends Forever. 90s and Friends Forever. It was a thing. Please start charging. Oh my god, start charging. Chapter 8. Frank and Nancy didn't have to exchange a word before they were off and flying across the dance floor. Joe must have sensed something was wrong. He broke away from his partner and was 2 steps behind them. Oh, that poor girl. You're just dancing with some cute guy and then he just dips. Jean-Claude was struggling with the 2 remaining men beside the door there, but they were no match for him. He was pushed, stumbling into the tunnel. The heavy door was just about to swing shut behind them when Joe burst past Nancy and Frank to grab the handle. He tugged the door open and ran inside. Yeah, Joe is very, he's definitely the more athletic of the 2 brothers. Oh no, vitamin C. Good night, Anton. Night, everybody. Night. I don't know why I said goodnight, everybody. I'm not leaving quite yet. I'm gonna get to page 100, or wherever. We're gonna get to the first 10 chapters, ends on page 102. So that's my goal. I'll finish that tonight, and then tomorrow night we'll read what's roughly the other half. Maybe it'll be 2 continents, Australia. Careful, Joe, Nancy yelled. She plunged into the tunnel after him. It was pitch black inside, as the light bulbs must have been removed from their fixtures. Nancy ran blindly, her arms out in front of her, surrounded by darkness, running like a cartoon character, pretty much. Sounds of breathing and a jumble of footsteps echoed off the walls of the tunnel just ahead of her with the garbled sound of male voices. Was one of them Frank? She knew she had entered the tunnel before him, but maybe he'd passed her. Maybe he'd caught up to... With a thud, Nancy's hands hit a wall, bending back, her index finger painfully. Oof. Nancy caught her breath and looked over to see the flickering beam of a flashlight in the distance. Yuck! A voice cried out. There were some grunts and scuffling noises. The light began to weave wildly all over the tunnel, then came to rest in one bright stream on the ground. Nancy raced along the wall, toward the flashlight. She bent for it and smashed heads with someone who'd had the same idea. Okay, well, we're charging again, so that's good. Had the same idea. Where was I? Nancy's fingers circled the cold metal first. She raised the light and shone it directly into 2 dark eyes surrounding a black ski mask. Cursing, the man lowered his head. This was just long enough for Nancy to flip him down to the ground on his back. Damn, Nancy, good for you, where he lay stunned. She raised the beam and aimed it down the tunnel. Joe was fighting madly against one of 2 other masked men. Bess screamed, and the second straight-armed her against the wall. There you go. Nancy tore down the tunnel and reached out to Bess's attacker. She grabbed the back of his ski mask, pulling it around so that the eye holes were in the back. Hey, what the? The man cried out, flailing his arms. What kind of swear words do you think they're using that they can't publish in Nancy Drew books? Flailing his arms helplessly as Nancy pulled on his arm and rolled him over. Joe's opponent turned toward his partner momentarily, just enough time for Joe to deliver a quick uppercut to his jaw. The 2 men tumbled to the ground. Just then there was a burst of light at the end of the tunnel. Come on, Nancy shouted. Then to Joe, where's Frank? Probably ahead of us, Joe shouted. Let's go. Together, they raced toward the light. At the end of the tunnel was the metal staircase from above. Light poured down from a street lamp that shone through the half-opened exit door. The door flapped open and shut as Jean-Claude stood struggling with the 4th masked man. Help! Jean-Claude shouted, gripping the door jamb to keep from being dragged out. Nancy and Joe thudded up the stairs. Let go of him. You're outnumbered, Nancy called. The man bellowed with laughter. What are you going to do? He said, stab me with your lipstick? Misogynistic kidnapper, okay. With a sudden gesture, he reached in his pocket and pulled out a knife. What do you have? A knife! No! Sorry. He pointed it straight at Nancy. You lose, kids. With his other hand, he tightened his grip around Jean-Claude's neck. Come on, you wimp. Wimp, huh? What an insult. Sorry, getting back to my... I guess I just took the long way around for that. Oh well. Getting back so that I can see this. Ellery, hi! Probably fuck, yeah. Have you ever seen Fall Out Bird? No, I haven't. I knew Nintendo had a fascination with animation. Some of their IP. DK was part of it. As we go on, we remember all the times we had together as our lives changed. We'll be friends forever. Oh, yeah. Sleepy Avery is Bess Avery. I mean, yeah, I'm not even as tired as I would normally be. I crashed in the middle of the day, and then I took my pills late, so I feel, like, awake, but I don't know. I am very... I am yawning quite a bit, so that's a thing. Stabby with lipstick. Ah, not exactly the most effective stabbing implement. No, but he's like, what, you're girls, what are you gonna do? Stab me with your lipstick? Maybe he's laser lipstick. Maybe it's laser lipstick like in Despicable Me too, right? Or I think Kim Possible also had a similar thing. Ruby Redford had a similar thing. Did anybody read the Ruby Redford books, which were spin-off books of the Clarice Bean books because it was the in-universe books that she was reading? They're actually pretty fun. I should see if I can find some for stream. I know, Patrick. I'm gonna remember it at some point, like in the middle of the night, and be like, that's what it is. Okay. Sorry, back to the book. He pushed back with his heel, knocking the door wide open. Jean-Claude let out a strangled cry as he was dragged outside. From her position, halfway up the stairs, Nancy couldn't see behind the man, but she did hear a dull thud. The masked man reeled back into view, stood still for a second or two, looked down into the tunnel, then collapsed in a heap at the top of the stairs. I need a drink. I just got off of work, closing shift. Oh, I'm so sorry. Upside my hours are no longer unhinged. AF 6 days a week. Well, that's good. You've survived the holiday rush. We're so proud of you. Nancy, Joe, and Bess dashed up the stairs as Jean-Claude began pounding his attacker. But a pair of hands reached down and grabbed Jean-Claude's shoulders, pulling him outside. Hey, take it easy. I just knocked the guy out. Frank! Frank! Nancy said incredulously. How did you... Frank smiled. Sometimes guidebooks are very useful, especially ones with maps of interesting underground tunnels. I remember the location and the street exit and figured I'd bring up the rear for you. Jean-Claude straightened himself up for the first time since they had met him. He looked afraid. He was shivering with more than just cold. Tears welled up in Bess's eyes. Jean-Claude, she cried. What did they do to you? Bess, you were also kidnapped. Are you okay? She ran out the door towards him, her arms outstretched. But when she hugged him, he didn't respond. He just stared straight ahead. Then slowly his body slumped to the icy sidewalk. Quick, Frank said. Let's get him up. They dragged Jean-Claude over to a curb and sat him down. Look, Nancy cried, over there. The three masked men staggering out of the main doorway, a half-block away, and into a waiting car. It roared backward, plumes of exhaust filling the cold night air. Frank and Joe yanked Jean-Claude safely up onto the sidewalk out of the car's path. Chat's going too fast. I'll catch up with chat after I finish this chapter. Whoa. I didn't mean to scroll up that far. Jeez. Dude. There we go. Where was I? This is my tab. There we go. Okay. No, you guys are good. Keep chatting. Just don't think that I'm ignoring you. I'm just trying to, getting through this chapter. Then I'll engage a little bit more. Where did I leave off? Just then, Jean-Claude's attacker ran past them and dove through the open door in the back seat. I was gonna ask, wasn't there a fourth one? Joe followed the car for a few steps, realizing at once how useless it would be. Bess was frantically fanning Jean-Claude's face with her hand. At last, his eyes began to flicker. What? Where? He stammered. It's me, Jean-Claude, Bess. It's me, Jean-Claude, Bess. Bess, Jean-Claude moaned. Then he jerked wide awake, his eyes full of panic. Where are they? Help me, he gasped. Did he just, faint for a second? Poor guy. They're gone, Bess said softly. She gently raked her fingers through his hair. Are you all right? Wordlessly, Jean-Claude rose to his feet, with Bess supporting him. She put her arm around his waist. Breathing deeply, Jean-Claude began walking with her toward his limo. Nancy started to join them, but the abrupt, gasping noises she heard suddenly made her stop. She wasn't positive, but she thought she heard Crown Prince Jean-Claude of Sarconne crying softly. Oh, poor guy. How is everyone? What did I miss? Okay, so to catch you up, Ellery, and anybody else that's just joining us, we're reading Nancy Drew Hardy Boys Super Mystery Crime for Christmas. Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys are in New York City, over the holiday season, trying to stop a pair of cat burglars who have been stealing a bunch of priceless jewels and stuff. And there's this embassy thing, the representatives from this foreign country are coming into town. They think they're going to steal the crown jewels. This guy that is very into Bess, and Bess is very into him, turns out he's the crown prince, and somebody's trying to kidnap him, and they think it's the same people that are stealing the jewels. It's a whole thing. But that's where we are. So far, this guy has been attempted to be kidnapped twice, and now Bess has also been they also tried to kidnap Bess this time. Stealing a bunch of cat crown jewels. I'm sorry, I just got here. What the fuck? Why is there a crown prince? Oh no, no, you're good. No, it's why is there a crown prince? For reasons. It's the Sarconne crown prince, and he is very much a loose cannon. He gives me so much anxiety. He climbs buildings, Ellery. He just scales buildings. Just chill. Yeah, I just climbed this building to get away from his bodyguards and stuff. The guy has no chill. And he's taking years off my life, I think. It's too hot here. It's actually pretty cold here. Do you know what the brand of radio is? This is a Bluetooth speaker radio. It is a Crossley speaker. Miss Fire can tell you more about the model that it's based off of. Probably, but that's all I know. It's a Crossley speaker. Bluetooth based on an old radio. Oh yeah, I still need to cover the sci-fi show Jeopardy. My brain is stupid from closing at work. No, you're good. It's not you. It's this book. This book is a ride. Thank you. No problem, Tootie. I read the book about a kid who gets arrested after climbing a building. Go live with his father and climb Mount Everest. That sounds very familiar. I don't know if I've ever read it, but I definitely... that sounds so familiar, though. Maybe I did. How's Jean-Claude doing? Frank asked as Bess and Nancy entered the Winslow reading lounge to join the Hardy Boys. The Hardy Brothers? Sorry, not the Hardy Boys. They're the Hardy Brothers. Fine, Nancy said. Count Reynauds with him. He may join us for hot cider, Bess said. The two girls snuggled down into wine-colored leather winged chairs that were set in a fan shape in front of a roaring fireplace. The mantelpiece was heaped with pine boughs and circled with gold ribbons, with a plate of Christmas cookies and some mugs of cider were on a small table in front of the foursome. Only a few other people were in the room. An old woman leafing through a magazine, a businessman reading a newspaper, a couple playing chess, and a gray-haired man whom they recognized as Fiona Fox's father. Joe was staring into the fire, deep in thought. I just can't figure who those guys could be, he said. There's something up with Fiona and her father. It's too random, right? I'm not the only one thinking that. Jean-Claude's theory about the cat burglars being the kidnappers has to be wrong, Frank remarked. None of those four guys seemed younger than 25 or 30. Just what I was thinking, Joe replied. Looks like we have another case on our hands. You know, as bodyguards, we really should stick by him, Bess warned. He was so shaken by this. It was weird. He wasn't shaken by the first time he got accidentally kidnapped. Just this one. It's because Bess also almost got kidnapped, maybe? Nancy said, leaning forward in her chair. Unlike the first kidnapping. Yeah, exactly. Nancy and I are on the same page. Frank watched her with a bemused expression. You're right. He came out of that as cool and confident as ever. And this time he fell apart, Nancy continued. Bess looked at them indignantly. What are you saying? Nothing, Nancy said with a shrug. Just observing the details. I can't believe you, Bess said. I mean, Jean-Claude would have been killed. It doesn't sound as though anyone really cares. I'm sorry, Bess, Nancy said gently. I know it must have been awful for both of you. What happened exactly? Joe asked. Those guys just appeared out of nowhere? Bess sat back in her chair. Well, we didn't actually see them until we were almost out of the exit. Wait a minute, Joe interrupted. Almost out the exit. Were you leaving? Bess's face turned red. Well, yes, Jean-Claude wanted to. This time Nancy cut her off. Bess, you knew we were all supposed to stay together. Why didn't you at least tell us? I tried, Bess. I tried, but, well, you know, Jean-Claude. As Bess spoke, Frank and Joe felt someone entered the room. And glanced over to the doorway behind Nancy. Nancy turned too. Jean-Claude was moving toward them. He was wearing new designer jeans. Oh, yes, and Bess, Nancy, Bess and Nancy, Frank and Joe are all the bodyguards of their new friend, the Crown Prince, because he likes them and trusts them, and they need to get closer to the case. So, you know, of course, hire a bunch of teenagers as bodyguards for the Crown Prince. Is it the closing shift, Brand, or did you say that the Crown Prince climbs buildings to escape his bodyguards? No, that's the thing. No, this book has been wild, Ellery. I highly recommend going back and watching the rest of the stream after this before we read the second half tomorrow night, because, ooh, it's been a lot. It is not you. It is this book. No. Oh, shit. It's like completely dead, and every time it unplugs a little bit, every time you look at it the wrong way, it unplugs, and then I can't read the chat over here anymore. He was wearing, this is Jean-Claude, he was wearing new designer jeans, a blue and white striped cotton shirt, and a blue v-neck sweater. His hair was slicked back, wet, and the only reminder of his fight was a small bandage on his forehead. Entering just after him and remaining at the door were his two bodyguards. Frank pulled another chair into their semicircle. Thank you, Jean-Claude said with a small... Thank you, Jean-Claude said with a small smile, and thanks for rescuing me twice today. I'm in debt to you. Yeah, he almost got kidnapped twice. Well, I don't know about that first one. He was very calm that first time. No problem, Joe said as Jean-Claude sat down. He held out the plate of cookies. Have some before I finish them. I will, Jean-Claude said, taking 3. I'm starving. He sounded like himself again. Nancy thought. Do you have any idea who those men were, she asked. Do you think it might have been the same people who kidnapped you outside the Met, Frank added. No, Jean-Claude said. I like that Joe didn't bother to pull up the chair. He's like, I still hate him. No, Jean-Claude snapped back. Absolutely not. How do you know? Joe said. They weren't wearing masks. They were wearing masks. I know because the pair that took me outside the Met was a duo. Also, one of the people was much older. To tell you the truth, I don't think they were after Jean-Claude, Bess interjected. I mean, they went for me first. They only grabbed Jean-Claude when he tried to stop them. Frank drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. There's gotta be a connection we're all missing here, he said in frustrated voice. We should be able to figure this out. I'll get our notes, Joe said. He trotted out of the room and headed for the elevators. Jean-Claude sighed and leaned his head against the high back of the wing chair. Antique wingback Cusack chair. If anybody remembers that reference, I applaud you. Jean-Claude sighed and leaned his head against the wingback chair. The room fell silent except for the crackling of the fire. One log collapsed into a glowing shower of embers as they watched. Soon, some of the other people in the room began leaving. First the old woman, then Fiona's father, then the couple. We chased them all away, Bess said, so there's just the businessman left. We chased them all away, Bess said with a laugh, looking around the room. They heard us all and thought we were crazy. I don't know about that, Jean-Claude said softly, with a rakish smile. Maybe they were blinded by the 2 fires in the room. 2, Bess said curiously. There's only 1 fireplace. You have forgotten the fire of your incredible beauty. This fucking guy. I don't know what to make of this fucking guy. Good night, Patrick. Late Horror Show! Hi! I was just mentioning you. This is a Bluetooth speaker that I got for Christmas. It looks like an old-time radio, and I was saying I can't wait to listen to your channel, your all-night radio streams on it. So I'm very excited. Nice speaker. Thank you. I'm very excited. Hang on. I'm struggling to read when it's all the way over there. I'm trying to get this back on, because of course it died. Of course it did. I can't decide which color to get. I'm absolutely going to watch the VOD now. Also, your slip of calling him a clown prince instead of a crown prince sounds absolutely accurate. It kind of is. This unhinged sounding royal motherfucker. He is unhinged. Full on circus, that prince. I believe it. He is. He is a full circus. Guess what? Oh no, what? Hey, Amy. I'm happy that I'm finally able to catch a live stream. Hi! We're reading a Nancy Drew Hardy Boys crossover book from the 80s. There's an absolutely unhinged crown prince who's after Bess, and there's kidnapping and jewels being stolen, and it's a lot. See here. It's fun to see different presenters interact. Yeah, Late Horror Show. Definitely go check out the channel to anybody who's into vintage radio dramas. It's a really great place to be. I'm thinking of the red or white speaker. I have the white one. The white one's very sleek. I like it a lot. It's very pretty. But I'm sure they're pretty in every color. Get what speaks to you. Okay, sorry, getting back to this. Oh, we decided to charge again? If you're hearing that, that's what it is. It's trying to decide if it wants to accept its charger or not. Maybe they were blinded by the two fires in the room. Two, Bess said curiously. There's only one fireplace. You have forgotten the fire of your incredible beauty. Everybody say it with me. Ugh. Sky. Sky is so much. Bess giggled. Oh, stop it. Nancy couldn't help cringing a little. I know. Don't you recognize a line when you hear it? She wanted to ask Bess. You shouldn't fall for him so easily. Yeah, I'm with you, Nancy. I get you. Very much get you. But she didn't say anything to Bess. This case is going nowhere fast, she reminded herself glumly. The last thing I need is to lose one of my two best friends in the bargain. Joe was lost in thought as he turned the key to his and Frank's room. Huh. They have a turnkey, but the girls have a computer chip, like a sliding, like a key card. Interesting. Something was a little off about this whole case, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. How many people were really after Jean-Claude? Why had the masked man gone after Bess first, and why were there 4 of them? The questions raced through Joe's mind as he pushed the door open and stepped into the dark foyer. The light from the hallway illuminated the wall enough for him to see the light switch. He reached for it as the door swung closed. Suddenly, he felt his body being jerked back. A black-gloved hand covered his mouth. The room plunged into total darkness as the door clicked shut behind him. Back so soon? A voice whispered. The last thing Joe felt was an unbearable pain from a crack on his skull. Yikes, poor Joe. And then the room burst into an explosion of swirling stars and red dots. Joe toppled forward as the floor rushed up to meet him. Poor Joe. I just saw the speaker's feet. So cute. Yes. Yes, it's so cute. It just looks like a little, like, old-timey radio, and I've wanted one of these forever. It's snowing a bit, just flurries though. Ooh, is it snowing? I don't see any snow out my window right now. Flurries. Ah. I too pronounce foyer instead of foyer, like the other people in the Midwest, US. I always get into like fake arguments with my family members because I'm like, it's foyer, and they're like, it's foyer. You sound pretentious when you say foyer. I'm like, it's foyer. That's how it's supposed to be said, I think. Hang on, I want to check and see if it's snowing where I am right now. And throw out my trash. Seeing any snow, but it's very, very, it looks like it's trying to at least rain. um, yeah, I always think of, for those of you who watched the, Legend of the Crystal Skull live stream or have played that game in the beginning where she's like, after we found you unconscious in the foyer. Like, depending on what part of the South you're in, people are good at having that, like, French pronunciation, especially when you get closer to, obviously, like, New Orleans, the Bayou, Louisiana, you know, all that stuff. But here in Georgia, it always stresses me out because, like, Ponce de Leon, the explorer, you know, there's a street here called in the city called Ponce de Leon Avenue. But everybody says Ponce de Leon Avenue, and it always stresses me out. I'm like, that's not how it's... Okay. Sorry. Sorry to nitpick, but that's not how it's said. Alright, let's see. Foyer is foyer for me. But in your family's defense, I'm in fact going to be doing it to be pretentious. I mean, I guess So Skull got a game. I thought that they stopped after Infernal Machine. The Nancy Drew Legend of the Crystal Skull game. It's a mystery game in the series. I'm a foyer person. NEPA resident. To be fair, in England they say foyer, the same way they say valet instead of valet, that kind of thing. Just different regional pronunciations. As a foreigner, it's definitely Ponce de Leon, not Leon. Yeah, it's Ponce de Leon, but it's the southern accent. I think a little bit. People are like Ponce de Leon, and I'm like, okay. Even I, in my muddled Georgia accent, know that it's Ponce de Leon. French is not super popular here, or not that Ponce de Leon was French, he was Spanish, but the whole that what I call fancy people way of pronouncing things. Indiana Jones movie, I think maybe NEPA was formed by Quakers. Interesting. Yeah, no. It came out the same year too, or it came out right around the same time as the Indiana Jones movie too. So it was like when everybody was obsessed with the crystal skulls and like that whole theory about like aliens. I have been to the Fountain of Youth though. Nice. There is a Versailles, Indiana, and it's pronounced Versailles. I'm like, why? It's just a regional thing, but it's so funny, isn't it? I even have one of the souvenir bottles of water. Nice. That's actually pretty cool. Okay. We are at page 86. Like I said, if you guys weren't here before, I'm going to read to page 102 tonight. That gets us to the end of chapter 10. That puts us roughly in the middle of this 200... Oh, it's 214, 15 pages. So that's about halfway, and then we'll read the other half-ish, whatever. It's a little bit more than half, but it's about half tomorrow night. Oh, it's a real theory. Makes sense. I thought it was made up for Indiana Jones. No, there's a whole, like, group of people that are like, no, aliens came down and they left the crystal skulls here. Like, it's a whole thing. It's a lot. I think, isn't it, what's his name? Oh, from Ghostbusters. The one that's, like, kind of off the deep end. He's like really into the whole like crystal skull thing. He sells like crystal skull vodka and he like totally believes in the crystal skulls. Very pulpy though, which fits for Indiana Jones, yeah. Dan Aykroyd, that's who I'm trying to think of. That's his name. He's really into the crystal skulls thing, I'm pretty sure. He had like a whole show about it, I think. I'll have to look that up. Alright, chapter 9 makes more sense than the pyramid stuff. Yeah, I mean, I hate when people say, like, aliens built the pyramids, because it's basically just, like, people are like, how did foreign cultures create things? It's like, they created things. Like, nobody says that about, like, Eurocentric countries that, like, you know, like when Rome made all the innovations, somebody's like, how could they have done that? It just feels disrespectful, because it's like, because the ancient Egyptians did it, and they were smart, and they figured out how to do it. One for me and one for my sister if she likes it. Oh, that's so cute, Toonie. Not sponsored, but hey, Crossley, sponsor me. I'll make you a cool vintage commercial and everything. What's taking Joe so long? Frank wondered out loud, staring at the chessboard in front of him. Absent-mindedly, he moved his queen to avoid being taken by Nancy's bishop. Oh, they're playing chess. I was wondering the same thing, Nancy answered. Maybe he decided to write down what we were talking about while it was still fresh in his memory. Oh, by the way, she moved her knight to within striking distance of Frank's king. She was amazed he'd left himself so wide open that early in the game. Check, she said with a triumphant smile. From a leather couch on the other side of the room, came a playful squeal. Oh, Jean-Claude. I can't believe she's fallen for him so hard, Nancy said. She stole a look and saw Jean-Claude massaging Bess's shoulders. Quickly, she looked away. Ew. I feel that way about a lot of movies. It's like, I've heard of that, but I haven't seen it. To tell you the truth, Frank answered in a low voice, I'm a little worried. She's totally out of her skull about Jean-Claude. I mean, suppose he's trying to pull something on us. Would Bess take his side or ours? He moved his king. I wouldn't worry about that, Frank. Bess would never do anything to hurt us. Bess is a ride or die, but I see what you mean, Frank. Nancy gave Frank a reassuring smile. She only wished she could quiet the voice inside her that was saying maybe Frank was right. I guess I'm feeling frustrated, Frank said. We're nowhere, and tomorrow the jewels will be at the UN. Suddenly Nancy's eyes flared as she made a quick move with her rook. Checkmate! She couldn't believe it. She'd actually beaten Frank in 8 moves. Grinning, she looked up for his reaction, but Frank was only gazing blankly at the board. This really isn't like Joe. I'm going to get him. He got up from the table. Make sure nobody touches the board. I'll make my move when I get back. But the game is... It was too late. Frank was out the door. Nancy sighed. She'd have to be the only one to appreciate her victory. I appreciate your victory, Nancy. Tyrael, didn't he also do... I used to love JonTron, but then he, like, went off on, like, that super, like, racist tirade on live, didn't he? And I was like, ah. And then I, like, unsubscribed from him. And I was like, oh, that sucks. I used to like watching his stuff. Sorry, that was random. I'm gonna get back to this. The door was ajar when Frank got to the room. Joe? He called out, pushing it open. Oh, Joe moaned in response. What is it with writers and not, like, knowing how to properly convey fear? Oh. Turn that light off. Frank felt a rush of anger. You fell asleep while we were all downstairs waiting? He snapped. He stepped inside, ready to wring his brother's neck. Just then, a man stepped out of the bathroom holding a bag of ice. It was It was Fiona Fox's father. I thought it was going to say it was Fiona, and I was like, but she... Okay, I'm caught up. What are you doing here, Frank said. Shh, the man replied. He's still a little sensitive to loud noises. He reached past Frank and turned the dimmer switch. And bright lights. I don't trust this guy. Frank walked through the foyer into the room completely confused. Frank? Joe called out weakly. Frank? That sounded more assertive than it probably was. Frank? Joe called out weakly. Frank's eyes widened as he took in his brother stretched out on the bed with an ice bag on his forehead. Joe, what happened? Joe tried to sit up, but immediately fell back. The gray-haired man eased the pillow under his head and changed the ice bag. Not yet, young man, he said. Thanks, Dr. Fox, Joe said. He looked up at Frank. I was ambushed, Frank. As soon as I opened the door, somebody whacked me over the head. I'd still be on the floor now if Dr. Fox hadn't come along. Dr. Fox smiled politely and extended a hand to Frank. Trevor Fox. I believe we met informally. In the lobby. Your brother was, photographing my daughter. What a creepy thing to say and have done, Joe. Because Joe did do that, Ellery. Joe was, taking pictures of this girl that he thought was attractive, and this is her dad, who's a doctor, and he's okay with Joe somehow? I don't know. Unfortunately, she's out seeing a show, Joe added. Then he smiled shakily. Otherwise, maybe she'd be up here too. Trevor Fox chuckled. Anyway, your brother is a lucky young fellow. Fiona and I are staying just down the hall, and I was on my way there when I noticed that the door to this room was ajar. Well, at first I thought nothing of it and walked right past, but then I heard a moan. I came back, pushed open the door, and there was Joe lying on the floor. I get what he means about the luck of him passing by, if that is indeed all there is to it, but, like, wouldn't lucky be not getting hit over the head and passing out? Just a thought. Did you call a doctor? Frank asked. I am a doctor, Fox said. He just called him a doctor. Retired but still effective. All Joe needs is ice and a good night's rest. I'm sure he'll be fine in the morning. He pointed to the dresser. There's a pile of plastic bags. There are 2 buckets of ice in the bathtub. Now, I'm afraid I must bid you gentlemen good night. With that, he walked toward the door. Good night, Dr. Fox, Frank called out, and thanks. By the way, Dr. Fox said, turning towards them, the intruder made a bit of a mess. He went through the closet and drawers. I tidied up, but I think you ought to check to see if anything was stolen. That guy's either the nicest guy in the world or the sketchiest. The door shut behind Dr. Fox, and Frank sat beside Joe on the bed. Did you get a look at who did it? He asked. Joe shook his head. It was totally dark, and he had me from behind. All I know is that he was tall and had a voice like this. He did an imitation of a wispy voice saying, back so soon. Someone's been keeping an eye on our whereabouts, Frank exhaled and gave Joe a meaningful look. I know what you're thinking, Joe said. I caught the cat burglars in the act, but it doesn't make sense. Why would he be robbing our room? The photos, Frank exclaimed, getting up. Maybe they found out about them. I thought of that. They're still on the dresser, Joe interrupted. Frank sat back down. Maybe you got here just in time, before they were found. I guess we were lucky. Joe groaned and adjusted his ice bag. Yeah, Frank, I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. See? He's saying the same thing. What did you find out about those photos? Nancy called out to the bathroom, where Bess was putting on makeup the next morning. No answer. Bess? Nancy walked over to the bathroom and observed Bess smiling at herself in the mirror. Bess, what are you doing? She asked. Bess's face reddened and she quickly turned around. Oh, nothing. Just, did you hear my question? What question? What did you find out about those photos of father-son duos I gave you? You know, the ones that Joe took. You were supposed to find out about them from Winslow Security, she added, trying to jog Bess's memory. Oh, no, she moaned, covering her face with her hand. I got sidetracked. All I wanted to do was to get John Claude a little present, but... So you forgot, didn't you? Bess nodded. Nancy leaned against the bathroom wall and met Bess's gaze in the mirror. Bess, I know how you feel about Jean-Claude. I mean, let's face it, he is gorgeous and a lot of fun, but remember, we're here for a reason. Bess looked so guilty that Nancy couldn't hold back a smile. Look, I'm not telling you to stop having a good time, she said more gently. All I'm saying is that we have a job to do. The UN party is tonight. You know, I'm still trying to figure out how Jean-Claude talked us into going ice skating at lunchtime. I really am sorry, Nancy, Bess said. Look, I promise I'll show those photos to the security people this morning. They'll tell us right away who these people are, and I promise I won't let Jean-Claude talk me into doing anything irresponsible again. She held up 3 fingers. Girl Scouts honor. The Girl Scouts honor, and then it also becomes the Mockingjay salute. Nancy laughed. I was never a Girl Scout. Nancy laughed. Okay, Bess, I didn't mean to nag. I'm just a little tense about this case. Come on, Bess answered cheerfully. She picked up the photos and pulled her coat from the closet. Are you sure you're all right? Bess reached across the table toward Jean-Claude, who'd taken a spill on the Rockefeller Center rink moments before. Jean-Claude encircled her hand with his and grinned. Now I am. Across from Nancy, Joe reached gloomily for his cup of hot chocolate as he tried to ignore Bess and Jean-Claude. He looked as if he were about to explode. Time for a little distraction, Nancy thought. This really is a gorgeous place, isn't it, Joe? She said loudly. She gestured toward the enormous window along one wall of the restaurant. Outside the window, skaters glided by. Above them, the huge Rockefeller Center Christmas tree stretched up 8 stories, twinkling with thousands of lights. You looked so cute sitting there on the ice, Bess said with a giggle. Oh, well, Jean-Claude replied, his face growing red. I knew I shouldn't stare at you, but watch where I was going. Joe slammed his cup down on the table. Don't you two ever knock it off? He snapped. Jean-Claude and Bess stared at him in shocked silence. That's more like it, Joe grumbled. Better than listening to you anyway. Damn, Joe. Bess's eyes were blazing. She opened her mouth to answer, but before she could say anything, Jean-Claude stood up quickly. Well, Bess, I feel pretty good now. Let's give it another shot. Let's give it another try, he said. He grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the door. The two of them disappeared, leaving Nancy, Frank, and Joe alone in the table. Frank shook his head. Great, Joe. Open your mouth and set them against us. That's just what we need right now. Joe pushed himself back from the table and stood up. Look, I've had just about enough. We've been asked here by the chief of police of New York City to try and find out who these cat burglars are, and instead we end up dealing with Prince Charming and Cinderella. I have to be the bodyguard of someone who likes to climb out of windows all the time, and I get cracked over the head for no reason at all. Then my own brother tells me off. I'm out of here. Poor Joe's having a hard day. After what happened with Ned and everything. Oh. He sounds like an unhinged gremlin. How is that handsome or fun? Thank you, Ellery. I wasn't even looking. It's only the second bot tonight. It's been kind of light on bots, at least. He turned and stalked away. Frank and Nancy looked at each other awkwardly across the table. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, Frank said. No, Nancy answered with a deep sigh. This was bound to happen sometime. She tried to feel optimistic, but it wasn't easy. They were nowhere close to solving the case. They didn't even have one new lead. Time was running out, and now the detectives weren't even speaking to each other. As the Christmas music tinkled through the restaurant, Nancy put her elbows on the table and propped her head up in her hands. Merry Christmas, everyone, she muttered bleakly. She wished that she could think of an answer besides bah humbug. Joe really, really needs a boyfriend and a therapist. He does. My poor boy. What did I miss in chat? Also saying aliens built the pyramids basically sanitizes things and ignores the truth of what was probably hundreds of slaves. Yep, slave laborers who likely died in the process of building them. That too. That's also true. I know, I think he dropped the gamer word once, but what else did he do? Esports compounds. I thought it was proven that slaves didn't build the pyramids. A lot of other stuff, though. Every culture seemed to have a point in time till the video. Apparently, players living within them live. Oh, and it's dying again. Okay, well, okay. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna put my phone on the charger in the other room, and I'm just gonna navigate on here. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. Hold that thought. To answer somebody's question in chat, I didn't know about it when it happened because I'm not in the Twitch scene very much. I believe I read about it a little bit afterwards and was like, oh no. I think JonTron went on some kind of like anti-Semitic tirade, and like you can Google it. It was like a whole thing. And nobody really talks about it. I had no idea it happened. And then I was like, oh well, that's disturbing. But definitely do more research into it. I don't want to be somebody that's like I don't know, spreading rumors or being like, don't like that person because I said so. I think it was fairly. Oh, let me go back. I missed something. Chatting. Chatters be chatting. I'm trying to keep up. not 100% sure. My obsession of Egypt hasn't been upkept in the last decade, so I can't for certain say. I need to add the Kane Chronicles to the list of books we'll read. Those will be like several streams of book because they're long. They're like 500 pages a piece, but those were fun books for anybody who loves the Rick Riordan verse. Recent discovery. Also super duper cringe branding. Marketing deals. Oh, we're talking about the esports thing. Was there a Stonehenge alien myth? I'm sure there's been every myth about Stonehenge because nobody's exactly sure. Nobody can prove what they were for. People just have theories. So gorgeous and a lot of fun. Jean-Claude. Chat does not like Jean-Claude. He's a little too much for us. I thought it was in England. It's in Scotland, right? Stonehenge is in Scotland, right? I know I'm bad at geography, but I think that's true. Sounds like an unhinged gremlin. He does sound like an unhinged gremlin. Yes, Joe needs a therapist. Kirby anime. I've never watched the Kirby anime. Oh, Avery. I have an idea to share with you after stream. I'm hopeful it'll solve your charging issues. I'll take any help I can get. Definitely DM me. It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff plugged into other stuff in this room. Alright, this will be our last chapter for the night, guys, and then I will say goodnight since it is almost midnight. And I'd love to read until like 3 o'clock in the morning, but this is not a book that we can read in one stream. It's like 200 plus pages. So we'll come back tomorrow night and read the other half. I've also got some editing and stuff to catch up on, so like always. So I'll see you guys. Last chapter for tonight, and then we'll read the other half tomorrow night. So everybody who came in late can get all caught up and everything. Chapter 10. Well, at least they didn't skip out on us this time, Frank said, gazing out into the rink. Nancy leaned forward on the low wall separating the skaters from the spectators. She was feeling better after leaving the restaurant. For once, Jean-Claude's making it easy for us to keep an eye on him, she remarked. She watched as Bess skated arm in arm with Jean-Claude. Despite the trouble Bess had been causing, Nancy couldn't help but smile. The two of them looked so happy. Who was she to deny her best friend? He really is a bad influence on Bess. You know, like if have you ever had a friend that dates somebody who's just like not a super great person and you're just like, oh no, this is a bad idea, but I can't say that. Frank moved over and stood next to Nancy. You never told me what you found out about those photos. Any progress? Nancy shook her head. Bess checked them with security. About 10 father-son combos. Most of the fathers are established businessmen, their sons on vacation from college. In almost all the cases, the mothers and other siblings are along too. It doesn't sound too promising. No, Nancy agreed, but I do see something interesting in today's paper. It seems that this UN gala is not only to celebrate Sarconne's 500th anniversary. If I'm saying that wrong, I apologize. It's also to welcome them officially to the UN. I'm not even 100% sure if that's a real place or if they're pulling like a Princess Diaries on me. The day that I found out Genovia was fake, I was heartbroken. It's also to welcome them officially to the UN. Welcome them, Frank said. I thought they were already in. There was a verbal agreement, but by the king many years ago, and some informal relations were set up, but there was very strong faction in Sarconne that opposed membership. Many members of the upper class were in that faction, including our friend Renaud. But a rumor spread that these same leaders wanted to set up a dictatorship, and the other members of the faction wouldn't hear of it. They were afraid of losing their holdings, so the opposition to joining the UN began to dissolve. I totally get fascist vibes from Renaud. The way that he calls people commoners, it's very, very, very strange. Woo, and I don't work tomorrow. Yay! I'll actually be free to watch the stream from the start. Yay! And now Jean-Claude is going to sign some official papers? Right, his father couldn't come. His health is quite fragile. Anyway, the signing takes place after the dinner. Did anybody else watch through that that crazy, I'll need to do a video on them someday. It's that trilogy of movies that Netflix made, the Christmas Prince trilogy. It's absolutely unhinged. I'm getting from Jean-Claude the same vibes I get from the prince in that, which is, we're supposed to love him, but he's kind of the worst. Like, incredibly terrible. Frank grimaced. Unless everyone is busy searching for the stolen jewels by then. Suddenly Frank stiffened. A powerful hand had grabbed him by the shoulder. He spun around, his fist clenched. Hey, easy. I didn't get you that mad, did I? It was Joe, smiling broadly, as if the earlier argument had never happened. How come you two wallflowers aren't on the ice? It didn't take long to see what had caused the change in Joe. Walking up beside him, skates slung over her shoulder, was Fiona Fox. Hello, here's my bad Fiona Fox accent. She's supposed to be, like, vaguely English, I guess. Hello, I don't think we've met, she said to Nancy and Frank with her melodious British accent. Oh, she is British. She is British. I assume we're supposed to assume English, but British accent could be a lot of things. She tossed back her silken auburn hair. Her warm smile revealed 2 rows of perfect white teeth. Joe introduced them all. Then he and Fiona sat down to put on their skates and then immediately went on to the rink, skating in graceful circles beneath the towering Christmas tree. Nancy gazed back and forth between the 2 couples, Bess and Jean-Claude, Joe and Fiona. Each of them seemed to glow with a special light no one else shared. The radiant smiles, the giddy laughter. It was as if each couple was in its own orbit, miles from the other people in the rink. A warm feeling spread through Nancy. If only Ned were here. She imagined herself gliding... Oh, please, not again with Ned. Oh, yeah, and we have Francie. We have Francie direct. We have direct Francie stuff going on, Ellery. There's... Sorry, I just, like, choked on my own spit for a second. That was weird. There's been Francie stuff. There's been flirting. There's been alluding to people thinking that they're a couple. There's been Nancy feeling guilty for how much she likes Frank because of Ned. Ugh. She imagined herself gliding across the rink, looking up into those wonderful eyes. No, don't, Nancy. All of a sudden, Nancy realized it wasn't Ned's eyes she was imagining. It was Frank. It was Frank. We have it. Immediately, she became conscious of Frank's presence beside her, and hard as she tried, she couldn't control the rush of blood to her face. She just knew she was turning beet red. He's going to notice this, she thought. He's going to ask me what's wrong. What am I going to tell him? But if Frank did notice, he didn't let on. Instead, he kept staring at the rink, not saying a word. Finally, in a soft, almost shy voice, he said, "Looks like the 4 of them are having fun." Nancy nodded wordlessly. Maybe we ought to... Frank let his voice trail off. Ought to what? Nancy said. Frank turned to look at her, only inches from him. Nancy could feel his brown eyes searching her face. You know, I've been doing some thinking, Nancy. Doing some thinking. I don't believe he's saying this, Nancy thought. Her heart was pounding wildly. Just then a roar went up from the crowd. Nancy and Frank glanced around. Damn it! God damn it, writers! I can't live like this anymore. Direct Francie, but is there Jed Crumbs? There is no Jed Crumbs. Is this Ned any better than Salem Ned? He hasn't really shown up that much. He was in... You were here for the... Ned isn't in this book at all. There's just references to him. And Nancy has, like, a thing going with Frank, and she feels bad that she's got such a thing going because she's supposed to be in love with Ned, but she's not because Ned's the worst. So Ned's just kind of like, Ned ranges from being just to being terrible pretty much all the time. I can't remember a single time where I was like, wow, Ned is really great in this. And like I said before, he kind of comes from a much earlier point in the series and in just society when they were like, Nancy needs a boyfriend to, like, tone down all this feminism for the audiences. So he's never really had great chemistry with Nancy. He's always just kind of been there because it seems to me that the writers have always seen Ned as just an obligation. Unlike her relationship with Frank. Okay, I'll stop. Gosh, those movies are hilarious. Pretty sure it's... Oh, they are hilarious. It's Princess Diaries situation because they wouldn't risk any hypothetical... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Dissing real royal family via a gremlin like Jean-Claude, especially in the 80s. Yeah, I'm like, I know I'm bad at geography, but I don't think this place is real. So I'm gonna pronounce it however it makes sense. They also gave me 2 iterations of ways to say it via the cab driver at the beginning of the book, so I have no idea which is the right way. Why do you all hate Jean-Claude? I don't hate him. He's just a lot. I don't know what to make of him. My brain just needs some time to process him. You can't deny the man is a little unhinged. Yeah. Yeah, gremlin is not... I use the word gremlin to describe my own energy. But yeah, he is a little unhinged. I guess I generally take it as an insult. Is that supposed to mean he's mischievous? Direct Francie. What is there? I mean, yeah, usually gremlin mean like a combo of unconventional and high energy. Yeah, that's the way I think of it too. Like just like chaos, but not in like the destructive way. Yeah, like Loki, where it's like it's just like a god of mischief, but nothing really like destructive. Just like he's just like trying to fuck with the upper class and his brother, who's kind of a dick sometimes. But like mischievous works too. Not gremlin was mischievous and goblin was unhinged. Yeah, I'm not sure the difference in that. But yeah. I know what you mean, Ellery. I can't believe my Francie moment got interrupted again. Damn you, whoever wrote this book. Just then a roar went up from the crowd. Nancy and Frank glanced around. Silently, lazily, the first snowfall of the year had begun. Oh my god, it got... You're telling me that my Francie moment got interrupted by snow in New York? Snow is always happening in New York. Thick, meandering flakes landed on hats and shoulders as children reached up eagerly to catch them. Even the stodgiest-looking people on the rink were grinning and chatting with their partners. Merry Christmas, Frank said to Nancy. Merry Christmas, Nancy answered. Was Frank going to finish what he had started to say? She looked at him casually, trying not to show what was racing through her head, but Frank's eyes were now fixed on something at the far end of the rink. Damn it. Nancy followed his gaze. There, leaning against the low wall, were Joe and a man. They were locked in some sort of argument. Something about the man was so familiar. Nancy watched him carefully until he turned around. The shock of recognition hit her and Frank at the same time. It was the chestnut vendor who had kidnapped Jean-Claude. Oh my god. Come on, we have to get out there, Frank said. The two of them pushed toward the rink's entrance. They stepped onto the ice, but were stopped abruptly. A tall, burly rink guard looked down at Frank scornfully. Hold on a minute, buddy. No one's allowed onto the rink without skates, understand? Before the man had even finished speaking, Frank and Nancy dashed back into the rental desk. Thank heaven, Nancy thought. No line. Size 8, she said breathlessly. 10, Frank added. The woman behind the desk looked up and then with heavy-lidded eyes, sighing wearily, she put down the crossword puzzles she'd been working on. Then she strolled slowly back to the shoe racks, carefully examining her nail polish. Nancy felt like screaming at her. The woman returned. Nancy felt like screaming at her and then remembered she didn't want to be a Karen. What type of tea are you drinking? I'm drinking just black tea, like English breakfast tea. And this one has orange. It's not orange flavored, but it has like, what is it, like orange pico black tea or something like that. Just the kind of black tea that we get at Walmart. And I put way too much sugar in it because I'm from the South. Gosh, I never thought I'd see shipping debates in Nancy Drew Don't know why it seems right. Seems right for it. Oh yeah, I feel like there have always been Francie versus Ned and Nancy shippers, whose ship name would just be Nancy. So I feel like that really says a lot about how impactful Ned has been in Nancy's life. There was a whole thing, Cassie, if you were here for when we first streamed through all the Nancy Drew PC games, there was a whole thing. We, like, thought Joe and Ned should be together, and then there's this thing where they allude to Ned cheating, and so then we thought he wasn't good enough for Joe, so it's a lot. Sweet. I personally love the holiday tea from Harmony and Sons. Ooh, that's interesting. So heavily... which I also heavily season. Ooh, interesting. What do you put in your tea? Felt like screaming. The woman returned empty-handed. Those sizes are all out. If you want to wait until somebody comes back. Frantically, Nancy looked around. Piled up on the floor beside the woman was a stack of return skates that hadn't been reshelved. Nancy pointed to a pair on top. I'll take those, she said. Those? The woman stared at Nancy as if she were crazy. But you don't know what size they are. You want me to look? Frank slapped some money down on the counter. Just give them to her, he ordered, and give me that blue pair. The woman rolled her eyes. All right, take your chances, but there are no refunds. Frank and Nancy grabbed the skates and pulled them on. Nancy's were way too big, so she yanked the laces as tight as she could. Then she hobbled back out to the rink. Nancy could see Joe waving his arms furiously at the man. The rink guard was now between them, trying to stop the argument, and against the wall stood Fiona, looking anxious and bewildered. Frank barged through the open window with Nancy... Frank barged through the opening with Nancy close behind, but no sooner had she set foot on the ice than someone grabbed her arm and began tugging violently on it. And that is where we're going to break for the night. Fun cliffhanger to leave on. Nancy Drew always has fun cliffhangers. In this house, we ship Francie, and we used to ship Jed, but Ned is a filthy cheater. Yeah. Later, gonna dip now. Well, I'm gonna dip too, because it is almost midnight where I am. I don't know why I made a motion like I was gonna look at a watch that I'm not wearing, but, yeah, it's almost midnight where I am, so we will take our break here at the half-ish point and read the other half tomorrow, so be sure to come back if you're able to for that, so we can finish this. Checking out what I missed in chat. A lot of sugar. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I put a lot of sugar in mine, too. I've been putting lemon in it sometimes because my dad used to do radio broadcasting way back in the day, and so he was telling me that the lemon and the sugar and stuff helps not to lose your voice when I do live streams like this, so... whoop whoop, EST gang, yes, EST gang represent. Thank you guys for all being here. I appreciate you. And I will see you tomorrow to finish this book. Oh my god, I cannot... every time I see how many subscribers we're up to, I just am floored that we're almost at 5,000. I can't believe it. That dang Scamilton video got like a second surge, and now it's like almost at 30,000 views. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I'll see you tomorrow night. Happy holiday season. Until then, stay safe, stay out of the cold. For those of us that are going through winter. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to get back to work on editing some videos too, so I will see you all soon. Happy holidays. I miss not being tired. I am too. I'm so glad I'm getting my hours reduced. I'm glad you're getting your hours reduced too. Sweet. Also, EST gang, Pennsylvania represent. Nice. Should try adding agave sweetener. I should try that. I actually haven't ever tried that. But yeah, good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe.